It is time, Dachshund.
That's right. Thursday. It is Thursday. Internationally recognized as D&D Day. Where I believe up to 99% of people who follow the Switch channel are either playing or watching or thinking about D&D today. Can be replaced with playing Baldur's Gate. I'll take that. Because you know what they say about Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate 3 is the game you play if you don't have any friends and no one wants to play D&D with you, but you have more self-respect than playing the single-player miniature version of Gloomhaven. So there it is, man. It is Thursday. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. I'm good, UK. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Today was dude. I'm so productive today. I've had such a morning already. I've been awake. I've been doing things. I made a big breakfast. I went to the gym. I climbed a mountain. I've already gotten 9,000 steps, and it's 10. I'm good. I'm good. I'm chilling today. We got a lot of work to do this weekend, and I'm kind of like taking a bit of a breather today. We got some things to figure out, some things to talk about, some project related things, and also we're gonna try and figure out if we're doing a summer walking challenge. D&D is nuts. Jesus Christ. I deserve that. That's fine. I deserve that one. But yeah, today's gonna be pretty busy actually. We got a lot of stuff to do. Tomorrow is gonna be requests, and I think we should bring back characters or weapons. I don't know. I feel like we should do characters because it would make for some cool videos to post online. But, you know, part of me just kind of wants to do weapons because we haven't done that in a while. Then landscapes for the last couple of weeks that I've been around on a Friday, because ultimately I haven't been here for many Fridays over the past 2 months, which has sucked. And I kind of want to get back into the routine. So I don't know. I kind of want to do weapons, man. And then it doesn't require any prep tonight. I can like play D&D and not worry about doing work after that as well. So there's that. Because if we do characters, there's a lot of boring parts of drawing characters that I don't do on stream. There's like anatomy and shit. You know, you got to figure out the face shape and whatever, and the this and the that, and the organization and collarbones, and it's a whole thing that I don't do on stream because I think it's boring to watch. And it's one, it's boring to watch, and two, I always need to walk away from it for a couple minutes, right? Like I'll do a basic sort of sketch, figure things out, do a little anatomy, whatevering, and then I need to not look at it for like 10 or 20 minutes. So I always do it, and then I walk away, do something else, work on something else, play Baldur's Gate 3 on the easiest mode possible just to try and get more romance scenes with Gale. You know, whatever artists do when they're waiting, you know, stuff like that. And then I'll go back to it and I'll be like, oh, wait. Silly me. This character's supposed to have 2 eyes, man. Come on, bro. Like, jeez. He's supposed to have both his eyes, right? Okay. No, it's there's like big mistakes that you can make in the anatomy phase that you don't necessarily really recognize right then and there, that I always think is good to take a breather or walk away from. You know, some people don't need to. They can just sort of process it all, and that's great. A lot of artists I know need to walk away from their art for a little while. That's why I never really like post anything when I'm done, finish it on stream. I never post a project because I need to walk away from it for a couple of hours, or ideally a couple of days, completely forget about it, and then come back to working on it and look at it and be like, oh, I forgot shadows. Ooh, we're missing some shadows here. Ooh, okay, I gotta put those in. I'm glad I, you know. You like to name 5 NPCs. Shit. Fuck. Sabine. Shadowheart. Wait, damn it, I screwed it up already. Damn it. I tried, Ashy. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm a fraud. D&D implemented in Summer Walk Challenge. D&D implemented in Summer Walk Challenge. Yeah, that is going to be the challenge if we're doing it. I need to post it tomorrow because the challenge would start on Monday. Is that the 1st of the month? Is it the 1st of July? Is Monday? I believe it is. Maybe it's Sunday. It's certainly not Tuesday. By the time Tuesday rolls around, we are firmly planted into July, I believe. So, you know, Nezar. He's actually going to watch. Sounds fascinating. I think it is. I think it is for a couple reasons, Atari. One, a lot. It's like it's frustrating to watch, I think, because I think that that watching art that's fun to watch, for me personally, watching other people's art is a satisfying process of it sort of filling in. You know, I think of it like there was this like meme a while ago, like pre-COVID, of satisfying things happening where people would post videos of things perfectly like fitting in, like someone vacuums in between like two cabinets or whatever, and it perfectly fits in, you know, or somebody like drops a ball into like a hole and it like slowly goes down because it's such a perfect fit. It was like you know, or like foam being cut. Like that was a whole meme of people trying to find the most satisfying videos to watch, right? And I always think that art has to be satisfying to watch. You have to be watching it sort of coming together and coalescing in an interesting way. And I think the problem with anatomy is there's a lot of measurements and a lot of lines that make it look wrong. And either one of two things is happening. One, the measurement is for me, so I kind of know what the measurement's supposed to indicate, but it's like a line that's much longer. Or the measurement's wrong and you're like, oh, that's weird. It's like it doesn't, you know. So like there's some artists that do anatomy and it looks very satisfying to watch. You know, there's a YouTube artist who's very interesting that I've looked at his channel quite a bit. I believe he's one of the sort of new Korean he's one of the new sort of age Korean kind of like sketch artists that has kind of come up. I don't know if I can find his channel to show an example, but the way he does anatomy is very satisfying because it's very procedural. It's procedural. It is, yeah, I can't find it. It is an anatomy that it like process that is easy to follow and understand because he does it based on a procedurally generated whatever measurements in sort of a classical way for making anime style stuff. So he draws a circle, and then he draws a line around the sphere, and then he draws a little jaw line down the sphere, and then he draws the line, and then he draws two like large sockets that sort of indicate the orbital sockets of the skull, and then he draws the eyebrow going across the top of the orbital sockets, and then he fits the eye in, and it's like, it's a very like, you understand how it's being built up, right? But I think that painters, like, because all I do is sketch, but I come from a lineage of painting instruction. So I sketch in a lot of ways. I try and change how I sketch on stream, but I form the beginning parts of a sketch as a painter would, and I'm not good enough for it not to be frustrating to watch, I think. So that's one reason why I think it would be boring. And also, I'm very focused during it. So I'm like locked in, you know. Once I have my sort of my proportions and measurements and anatomy set down and all I'm doing is designing on top of it, I sort of have more of a free flow of thought. I can kind of release a bit of my brain from that to talk about what we're doing and hang out and chill. I think that if I was to do like the first 10 minutes of a portrait, I would just be like comfortably silent the whole time, and I don't think that's a very good stream. So I don't know, maybe it'd be interesting for some people to watch, but I don't know, I just think it's bad streams. So I could be wrong though. I don't know. Only does it too, or ask me to look at it. I would ask one of my art friends to look at it, Ashley, but I don't trust any of them. I don't trust a single one of my artist friends. They're going to try and make me look bad. They're going to say, Evan, character looks good, but it's not anime. You fucked up, bro. So I don't trust any of them, Ashy. Nope. Thursday is the 4th. So Monday would be the 1st. Excellent. Good. Good. Oh, that's right. The 4th of July. That's a big deal for y'all. To be fair, I should remember the 1st of July because it's Canada Day. It's our Independence Day. It's our Day of Confederation for the Dominion of Canada. Because if you didn't know, Canada is actually a dominion. Nobody knows that. They think Canada's just a country. Canada's not a country, bitch. Do we look like we got a queen? No, we got a king now. I forgot. Canada's technically, I think, in our Articles of Confederation, I believe we're referred to as the Dominion of Canada. I don't think anyone ever erased that. So the Dominion of Canada Articles of Confederation were drawn up for the 1st of July. I could be very wrong about that, and it might be like a different date in July, but I'm almost positive it's the 1st. Enough that I'm willing to tell all my American watchers it is the first, and if I'm wrong, none of you care enough to look it up. But then the 4th, I forgot the 4th is a big day for America. I'm a big American history buff. That's an important day for me. July 4th, 1776. The United States of America was formed, the greatest country in the history of the world. Barring maybe the Roman Empire, but they had slavery and shit, and like fucking wars, and like, you know, they genocided the Gauls and stuff. So you know, but they had aqueducts, and I don't see any aqueducts in America. So y'all are kind of, you know, you're competing with the Roman Empire for the greatest country of all time, but you might be doing okay. I don't know. Should be fun. There's always a lot of cool streams that I watch around the 4th of July. A lot of the Austin streamers that I watch from time to time, the whole like OTK crew, S-Fan, all that group, they often do big fireworks things on the 4th of July. So I like watching those streams because it's fun. It's fun to vicariously be there, because I think if I was an American, I think the 4th of July would probably be one of my favorite holidays. It's like a midsummer event where you just have big celebrations and fireworks and whatever, and everyone's sort of united. You like focus on your similarities more than your differences with those around you. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool little holiday. And like I said, we do have something similar in Canada, but I don't really think any Canadians really celebrate Canada Day. It's more just a day off, I believe, a long weekend, you know? So there's that, I guess. Enjoy watching people who slowly and casually sketch very visual ASMR. Really? I should do a sketching video. Roll die 20, whatever you get, either assist or walks or give a disadvantage. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. I'm self-taught, so I don't even form the basis. True. Exactly. That's the truest way of doing it then, actually. That's the truest way of giving feedback and learning. What's going on, Koi? Comfortable silence is my life. Canada was confederated on July 1st, 1867. That's right. That's right, I forgot about that. I know we just had our 150-year anniversary as a country governed by a king. But, you know, we still have some of that tradition. A lot of Americans don't know this about Canada. We have a representative of the royal whoever, so currently King Charles. We actually have that as technically the head of parliament, and they're called the Governor General. So like in America, you guys have a Senate and a Congress and whatever. We just kind of have one thing. It's like the House of Commons. So but at the at the top of the House of Commons is basically the Governor General. We get to appoint a Governor General. It's not like it's appointed, but the Governor General has to go and basically say to the king, "Hi, I'm the Governor General, and I will be your representative in Canada." And the king's like, "Cool, you want to grab a beer?" And they do, and they fucking, you know, they like dap it up, and then they play some Halo and say some profanities on Xbox Live, and that's how Canada's still connected to our monarchy. We put some faces on our coins. So there it is, man. So we do still have that connection. It's pretty cool. I like the tradition. I like that in like all the sort of like, you know, gathering halls and stuff, there's still a connection to the royal family and to the sort of the past history of you know, the connection to the British whatever government, culture, however it is. You know, like there was this event that I went to. Not a lot of people know who maybe some of you will know, but there is a poet, a Scottish poet by the name of Robert Burns. And Robbie Burns has a day every year, a Robbie Burns Day. Very beloved figure in Scotland, in that area, poet of the people, lots of, you know, famous works that you'd probably know but wouldn't attribute. There's a day for Robert Burns called Robbie Burns Day. It's in the early part of the year, January, February, somewhere around there. And there was a very traditional event that I went to. It was a gentleman's event at a gentleman's club. I didn't know it still existed, but it was a club for old guys that wanted to be gentlemen. And it was a men's only event, and not in like a weird like MGTOW men's only, but in like a traditional whatever. Like the wives would all go have their fucking drinks and shit, and like boxed wine or whatever. Well, no, they're very wealthy people, so whatever fucking rich old ladies do at their event, and then all the men would dress up in tuxedos and go to this Robert Burns event, and where they, you know, recite poetry and pay homage to it, and we eat haggis and drink scotch and whatever. And it's this whole thing. It was one of those like upper society things that I got to peek into because I was invited, because my dad, who married a lovely woman, has some very successful brothers, and one of those very successful brothers son-in-law invited us to this very expensive, very high class. But regardless of how I got there, I was sitting at this table with like a $800 bottle of scotch on the table and fucking, you know, whatever, and all this shit going on. And there was like a whole bunch of tradition, like British tradition in there. You know, like the first thing that happened is the singing of the national anthem. And I was like, that's weird, but cool, I guess, you know? And then I remember one of the guys, the sort of master ceremony, said, "Gentlemen, please be upstanding." And everybody got up, and I like got up. And then they're like, "Please raise your glasses," and, you know, fucking poured some fucking whiskey in ours and whatever. I'm like, what, for a toast to the Queen? And I'm like, oh shit, we're toasting the Queen? And there's a picture of the fucking Queen at the end of the hall, and I'm like, to the Queen, man. And it was, you know, so there's still a little bit of that tradition alive in Canada, but you won't find it very often, and only amongst sort of the more older generation and the older traditions, but we still have it. So yeah, July 1st, not a big day in Canada, but July 4th, hope you guys go nuts. It'll be fun. Win the USA during 4th, and everyone was so patriotic. But I like that. I like being happy and proud of where you're from, and I think there's lots of things to be proud of. You know, obviously, whenever you bring up, you know, American like patriotism, somebody in Europe's like, "Well, what about?" And you're like, "Okay, chill." You know, but I think it's good. I think it's great. I think it's great to be proud of where you're from and the people around you and your community and the society and culture and the good parts of it. And, you know, there's time to work on the negatives. But I think that if you only are focused on the negatives and you're proud of the good stuff that happens, I think you lose your way a little bit. So I like the American sort of rowdy spirit of self-proclaimed excellence that comes around during the 4th of July. I think you guys are you know, a beacon of joy during that we always look down fondly in Canada, mostly because we want fireworks, and we don't have fireworks here because fuck, they're illegal. I can't get fireworks. Are you kidding? I'm mad about it. Robert Burns is super famous, maybe just because I'm Canadian. Yes, well, that's the thing. So yeah, Robbie Burns is famous among Canadians and the Commonwealth Koi, but mostly more so as well in Alberta, because Alberta has a more of a connection to Scotland than most provinces, right? You know how like Newfoundland and those areas of the Maritimes were very much like sort of had an Irish presence come over. There's a lot of tradition in Alberta from a large amount of sort of Scottish whatever, like our regiment for our the Calgary, what is it called, reserves are called the Calgary Highlanders, right? And we still wear our well, I'm using the royal we here as Albertans. We wear our kilts and stuff like that for formal military events and all that stuff. And so there's a lot of connection. So yeah, people who grew up in Alberta and the area would yeah, it's like Robbie Burns, yeah, he's super famous, Auld Lang Syne, whatever. But I don't know if like a person from Vancouver or Toronto or not would know as much, and certainly Americans don't seem to know. But I just like to clarify because somebody has no fucking clue. So you moved to America, did my education there. I was there for 6 years. Now I'm back in the UK. That's cool. That's got to be a culture shock, though, hey? Going from the UK to America. I've met many Brits in my time that have expatriated to Canada. I've also met a lot of Brits that have moved to the US, and there's always very fond sort of discussions over the cultural differences and the food and the people and whatnot. So it's cool. You still has a deep attachment to British royalty despite a couple hundred years of on her own. When my kids looked up from their phones and said the Queen died, I immediately knew they weren't talking about the Queen of Norway. That's true. That's true. And I think the Queen was always like I know in England there's a sort of like a feeling of a mixed emotion about the monarchy and abolish the monarchy and whatever. But I think a lot of Canadians are either indifferent completely or think favorably of the British royal family, mostly the Queen. I don't think a lot of people give a shit about what the other, you know, monarchs are doing or whatever. But the Queen was a big, you know, emblem of whatever for like post-war era and rebuilding and whatnot. And so Canadians, like I said, there's during that event, whatnot, a toast to the Queen. There's like generally a favor, like a favorite. What am I trying to say? A favorable opinion of the Queen specifically in among Canadians. That or indifference. There's not really anybody that's just like, I'm so mad. Like, why? It's the 21st century. Why do we still have a monarchy? Abolish the monarchy. Make them sell the palace. Do all this blah 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 blah. Like that's fine. It's fair. It's fair discussion. You know, that's like whatever. Sure, man. I don't care a lot of it. But that's the thing about Canadians. A lot of them are either like completely indifferent and don't care, or they're like favorable about it. So I don't know, interesting. I think tradition's an interesting thing to sort of keep an eye on, but you know, never get stuck in, if that makes sense, right? That's the way I've always felt about it. What's up, Wolfster? What's going on? I'm chilling. I'm good today. I've been out. I've worked out this morning. I've exercised. I've done my 9,100 steps this morning, which, considering my goal every day is 10K, that's I can be a lazy fuck for the rest of the day, man. I'll get my last 900 steps just waddling to the fridge and back if I want to. So, how you doing, bro? I feel like I built my homeland. I know a lot of people have many negative opinions about China, but I love the culture and history of people. Yeah, I've always thought that like China freaks me out a bit. I don't think I'd ever travel to mainland China. It's like a little bit sketch in my opinion, in a lot of ways, but so are a lot of places in the world. My opinions of where I would actually travel to are very pussy shit, whatever. But I think that like a lot of people, I think a lot of people like mistake the Chinese government for the Chinese people. You know, there are some cultural things that are a little bit weird or whatever that you can like criticize or this or that about every culture, you know, but I think that a lot of people are generally pretty you know, pretty happy about with, you know, interaction they have with the people of an area or region. It's usually just the government and the policies and the people and whatever, you know, at the top. But no, I've always looked like that. Whenever I see a country that has like is like an enemy of the whatever, I've never really thought that that's the people, because I think most people just want to hang out and have a family and like have enough food to eat and buy some cool shit once in a while and have fun and just live a good life. I don't think most people care about politics and whatever and war and all that stuff. And I feel this way about Russia. I'm Ukrainian, man. I'm half Ukrainian. I've got 2 Ukrainian grandmothers, so I'm Ukrainian on both sides of my family. I can't speak Ukrainian because they're Canadians, and they decided they don't want their kids to be bullied for speaking Ukrainian because they were bullied for speaking Ukrainian, so they never taught my mother or my father Ukrainian. So I've been actually trying to learn it recently. I spent some time over the last year or so getting back into it. I can understand a little bit. I can understand, you know, like whatever, but I can't converse in it whatsoever. But I think there's a lot of people like that that have never felt like malice towards like the Russian people. It's usually just the politics and whatnot, because I think that most people are opposed to war, opposed to whatever the bad thing is in the world, you know. And that's why I speak favorably about America. I speak favorably about any country because it's the people I'm talking about, not the government, not what the actions, not the wars, not the whatever, not the, you know. So I'd love to travel around. I'd love to one day feel like I could go to mainland. There's a lot of stuff in mainland China I would want to go to explore. Like I really want to go to like certain places like Guangzhou and Chengdu, and you know, I don't know, it'd be great. I'd love to travel there one day. But I'd love to see Taiwan as well, for that sort of old connection to like kind of the pre revolution whatever kind of Chinese culture that made it over there. It's obviously different, but yeah, I'd love to explore tons of places in Asia specifically. I've also thought about learning how to speak Mandarin, like South China Mandarin, you know. I don't think I could take North China like a Shanghai accent seriously, so I don't know. Doing good. DM prep, hell yeah. What are you doing tonight? What are you prepping? I think only people who come from places with bad histories have the British, or with the British, have bad feelings. Like I have a bad feeling towards them because I'm Chinese and the Opium Wars and all that. Yeah. But you certainly can't expect everyone to have the same opinion. No, it's true. I mean, like that's the thing about the average, you know, the separation of the people from the monarchs or whatever, or the leadership or the previous generations or whatever. I think it's very important. You know, it's not like there's many people who are super pleased with what's going on, you know, with their country or whatever in the world. I think it's it should be more obvious, I think, to love the people and not the politics. But maybe it isn't. Maybe that's a hard, you know what, it is hard to do. I will give people credit for that. I'll give people a little bit of a break on it. It's hard to separate. It's easier to sort of group an entire group of people as one body, as like, oh, I don't like this thing about whatever, therefore all the people that assume this identity or this background must share the same values. It's like, nah, man. Nah, bro. Nope. Especially, it helps be a gamer and a nerd. It's like I love that about World of Warcraft, because there is a dude that like being a gamer, man. Like I didn't know shit about places in the Middle East. You know, I didn't know much about the Middle East at all when I was like a teenager and stuff. But I played World of Warcraft with a guy from somewhere. I don't remember where. One of the big Emirates or whatever, but he'd tell us all about the like crazy shit they do there and whatnot. And you know, we played with the guy from Eastern Europe and Australians and whatever. It was cool. It's a cool way to connect, you know. It was part of Japan for a long time before World War II. It was. They got in there, man. They got in there. As I recall, British had a vote to remove the monarchy, and it was resoundingly defeated. I think it was in the late or 60s, early 70s. Really? Was that the last referendum for that? That's interesting. I didn't actually know about that. I know the last big referendum that happened in the UK was Scotland? Maybe Brexit? I don't know. Y'all vote on shit all the time. Y'all get bored over there and just start voting on stuff. It's fine. We just lose playoffs. That's what we do in Canada, so. Went to a so-called Irish pub in the States. I met a few people. Oh, you're British and part Irish? Me Irish? Sure, yeah. No, I think, yeah, you just gotta teach people about where you're from, you know? For combat and puzzles for a labyrinth. Ooh, I should take my players through Labyrinth. I would take my players through Labyrinth. I love my players dearly. I don't think they're smart enough to navigate through Labyrinth. No. No, I love my players the way you love a dog. The way you love your dog, even though they're licking the window. You're like, aw, you know? No, I don't know if they'd like a dungeon like a Labyrinth. I think they get lost and then get mad and frustrated and just blow through walls or whatever at a certain point in time. That's kind of always on its own thing. Its own port city, so they don't want to be controlled by anyone. Sucks them being a pawn in global politics at the moment, though. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's very stress-inducing, hey? You know? That whole region, that whole area, man, there's a heavy weight for a lot of people. Because here's the thing, people, you know, it's like, what do you do if you're... Like, I got family in Ukraine right now, and they're still in an active fucking open war, dog. You know, most people, but like I said, most people just want to chill out and relax and have enough food and water and whatever and be warm and have a family and, you know, listen to some K-pop and eat Skittles. That's like the majority of what people want. And so I think we're all a lot more similar than we are different. And I think that's easy to say, but hard to remember sometimes. You know? Anyway, as the great uniter, I am going to today unite all peoples of the world from North China, Inner Mongolia, all the way down to Indonesia, far to the west into the Iberian Peninsula, north to the Nordic kingdoms, and all the way over across the water, past Greenland to the Americas, north and south. I'm going to unite all people today, because all people love anime girls with ears. I want to work on this sketch that we were doing for Fishy, all right? Because whenever we come back for our game, I want to have the art piece for Runa finished. So I want to take some time to work on it and then do some other stuff today. So we're going to see how that goes, man. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Man, I'm still mad about her wanting to put her fucking tattoo around her belly button. What a skank. Tell her I said, clip it and send it to her. Someone email it to her work email. One of her mods email it with a priority thing to her work email. That I think that her fucking belly tattoo is skanky. Wise words? I mean, it's true. It's true. Listen, Japan learned this lesson. Japan's like, you know, after the surrender, you know, the Emperor and General MacArthur meet to discuss terms of whatever and rebuilding Japan. And it was actually General MacArthur's wise decision to say, Emperor, I would like for Japan to become one of America's strongest allies after we put this conflict behind us. In order for you to bring yourself into the world as a cultural power once again and become an ally worthy of the United States, I believe that you should start making anime cat girls. And the Emperor of Japan nodded and said, you are wise. We will have our artisans begin crafting the finest of anime cat girls. And no one knows what they said in those conversations. They're behind closed doors, but that's what I'm assuming took place in there. So we're going to look from the follow the I'm gonna upset somebody one of these days. Why is it I'm gonna make someone real mad, man? I'm gonna get canceled for this shit. It's fine, it'll be worth it. Those cannot remember the past are committed to repeat it. There you go. It's like, yeah, you learn that when you're playing World of Warcraft and you wipe on a boss the next week. You're right, that's literally written down in the secret trees. I've seen them. Oh, you have? Okay, then I'm not wrong. I'm not making it up. Yep. Japan must maintain a presence of anime cat girl quotas per year. Otherwise, the world's peace is destabilized. Otherwise, the Japanese Imperial Navy reforms. And everybody has a bad fucking week. That's how it goes. All right, cool. I'm glad I got that one right. I'm glad I got my historical facts right there. Yeah, that's good shit. I'm pleased with that. All right. So we got to do some astral sage designs because Runa, although not a great example of an astral knight,
Atari_26 who gifted a tier 1 sub to UK_unleashed 626. They have given
Atari.
10 gift subs in the channel.
Atari, thank you, dude. Thank you for the gift of sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for welcoming Unleashed into the guild and saying, hey, fuck ads. Fuck Amazon. You gotta watch Amazon's ads anymore. You get to watch Evan. And you don't get a break. Thank you, Atari. That's very kind. It's very generous of you, my friend. Sir, you are a gentleman, a scholar, and a hero in my eyes. So I'm not making that up either. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Goddamn. Oh, we missed Aduria's TTS at the beginning of the stream. So Aduria, before when stream started during the intro, y'all missed it because you weren't here. I wasn't here. I was fucking downstairs, man. I was getting water and electrolytes in my bottle. This is what Aduria did before, like as the stream started, right here.
It is time, Dachshund.
That's right. The meta today is coalescing. The TTS of the day from Aduria is the Dachshund. The Dachshund. Noble. Fearless. Dachshund. The wienerest of dog. I feel like each dog each day is getting shorter. Is that the meta? Is that the meta? I was going to rate the Dachshund overall a little bit lower than maybe you'd have preferred, but then I saw this a beast Dachshund. And I think that's a fucking chonker, and that brings the entire ranking up for the entire Dachshund community. So, on a good boy scale, I'm gonna rate the Dachshund like a 9.3 maybe. A 9.3 I think is a good one. On the Schnoz scale, I'm gonna give it a higher rank than the Mexican hairless whatever that fucking dog is called. And I'm going to rate it like an 8.4. That is a Schnoz right there. That is a schnauzer, okay? That thing sniffs into like different timelines. Like that dog can sniff colors. That dog can sniff history. That dog can sniff like radio waves or some shit, okay? Also, what do you got to do to get a bearded or a mustache Dachshund? Because that's way better than the others. Is this a guide? All right. Good meta today, Aduria. Good meta today. Excellent meta. Good TTS. Thank you for that. The Dachshund. Not bad, bro. Not bad. What's good, Blaze? Blaze, did you email Fishy's official work email and tell her that I thought that the fucking tattoo around her belly made her a skank? A tramp? A harlot? Is that the right word? Harlot? The old-timey or old Victorian way of referring to an ill-moraled woman? I hope you did. How you doing, bro? I pronounced that breed Dachshund. Really? Dachshund? I thought it was a German word. I thought it was Dachshund or whatever. Dachshund was high on the Schnoz index. Had to be listed this week. Okay, hold on. How do you pronounce it? Let's see. Let's see what Google says.
Dachshund.
Okay. That might be the German way of pronouncing it. I don't know, maybe it's different in different places. It's like referring to certain titles as a marquis versus a marquis. A marquis versus a marquis. One is the French noble title, the other is the English noble title. Blow your mind, man. Who's high on the Schnoz index had to be listed this week? No, that's a Schnoz, man. Again, you started off really high on the Schnoz scale, so I don't... You know, there's not much beating the... whatever the dog was that was on the first day that Eiley was freaking out about. Basically, when Dachshund, a guy comes in your house and shrinks it slightly with the shrink ray every night. They get smaller every night? Is that what happens? Really? They just continue to shrink? Oh, shit, dude. I didn't know that. Dachshund or wiener dog? You pronounce it Achu? Are you allergic to dogs, Ashy? Are you also allergic to dogs? Because I'm allergic to all the real dogs. If you look at the... Like people wonder why I got a Morkie. They're like, why'd you get a Morkie, dude? There's so much better dogs. Is there... Is there? Because... Let's be real. Did I get... Of the hypoallergenic dogs that I can get... A Tibetan Terrier, too expensive. A Maltese Terrier. I got 1/4 of this in my dog. A Shih Tzu? Have you heard a Shih Tzu try and breathe? I had a Bichon Shih Tzu, and Ella's mom has a Shih Tzu. That little fatty can't breathe, okay? I feel bad for him, man. I want to, like, just take a pliers and just give him a real nose, okay? You want to get a Shih Tzu? A Brussels Griffin? Do you think I can own a dog this ugly? Alright? What was I supposed to do? A Portuguese water dog? What am I going to do with all that hair, man? A soft-coated Wheaton Terrier? I'm not a gentleman. I can't own this dog. Are you kidding? A poodle? My mom has 2 poodles. One is way too excited. The other's a bit of a bitch. So like that's a mom, I'm sorry, it's true. You know it's true. It's like how it's like it's one of those real things, mom, like how you got to realize you have a favorite child, and that was me growing up. You like me way more than my brother. Both of my parents like me way more than my brother. But my brother's a successful one, so they have to play nice, right? She knows that one of her dogs is an asshole. Right? A Westie? I basically got one of these, but smaller and cheaper. A Bichon Frise? What do I look fucking Dutch? Can't own a Bichon Frise. A Kerry Blue Terrier? I wouldn't know which end to pick it up from. A Havanese? You want me to be rich enough? You think if I was rich enough to afford a Havanese, you think I'd be streaming on Twitch? A Chinese crested fucking hairless dog? These are so expensive, man. I couldn't. A Scottish Terrier? Well, I basically got the shittier version of this, so there you go. Like, I'm telling you, man. All these dogs, I basically got the best that I could. In the fucking Yorkshire Terrier right here with 1/4 Maltese. Right? Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that Silkies were hypoallergenic. I should have gotten a Silky. I fucked up, man. I fucked up. I should have got a Silk. God damn it. Jesus. A Bouvier des Flanders? That's too French for me. Basenji? Dude, I would have killed for a Basenji. Damn. Well, I did the best I could with not real dogs, so. Right? That's Lilia Crumb. I've never personally known a nice poodle or poodle mix. They're such assholes. One of them is way too excited. And very sweet, but way too excited. And the other is kind of a dick. She sucks. Like, I'm sorry. My mom knows it. She doesn't want to say it. She doesn't want to admit it. But one of her dogs kind of sucks. Alright? She growls at Yuna. She doesn't want to be friends. Alright? Like, who the fuck doesn't want to be friends with Yuna? Well, actually me, but... Never mind. I think I understand that her dog a little better now. I think I relate. Yeah, everything I said about it, perfectly reasonable. Interviews have 4 or 5 Westies at one point. That's a lot, dude. Yorkies are so goddamn cute. Fuck, all they do is bark and be entitled. Thankfully, a lot of Yuna's Yorkie behaviors are muted by the Maltese. Like, so actually the Morkie or the Maltipoo, really great dogs, because a lot of the problems that, like, so Yorkies have a lot of problems and Maltese have a lot of problems, but when you crossbreed them, it actually kind of negates most of them, like, really consistently. And we were really, like, thrilled with that. The only big medical bill that Yuna's had that isn't an accident, like she ate a pen, which happened one day. The only big medical bill that's like, ooh, are we gonna start spending a lot on this dog, that was like health insurance inducing for her, was she had to have a bunch of teeth removed. But that's a small dog problem. That's not a Morkie or a Yorkie or whatever. If you get a small dog under 10 pounds, a lot of time they don't know how to grow teeth properly. So like Yuna had her baby teeth and her regular teeth at one point in time. It was so cool. It looked like this. So she had, right? She had snout. She had like her little teethies. Those little teethies. And then she had her canines. But then she had her baby canines in there, and they're longer and thinner. Oops. So she had like 2 sets of teeth. And then it's weird because she had 2 sets of front teeth for a couple of them. So she had her baby, she had like 2 rows of teeth in the front, and then she had on both sides of her mouth 2 rows of canines. She looked like a fucking monster. It was awesome for like a couple weeks before she got her teeth pulled. So there's that, but that's a small dog thing, you know? We call a zoo that's really bad a Shih Tzu. Oh man, it's rough. That ruined my day. But fair and true and real, unfortunately. I had a cockapoo, unfortunate name, adorable little fantastic breed. Unfortunately not hypoallergenic, but adorable as hell. Yeah, you're right about that. Is Lapishu's living on a small acreage ranch? They have plenty of room to run and play? Oh, yeah. And not a single rat or mouse in the entire acreage, I'm guessing. She could look like a little tiny little demon. She did. It was awesome. I took pictures of it at some point in time because I thought it was wicked. But, you know, she had to get her teeth out around when she got spayed, so they were going to do them together, but we thought that was too much for a little pup to wake up from. But she looked maniacal. I was so proud of her. I was proud of her for looking like the villainess she always wanted to be. I really don't think, though, that we got a particularly energetic Morkie. Like, she does go monkey mode, but man, she sleeps a lot. Like, dude, yesterday I came down from stream, and she's allowed on the couch. She's not allowed on pillows, right? Because that's gross. Bro, she made a fucking pillow fort. She, like, pulled the pillows together on the couch and nested, like, under one on top of the other and pulled the other on top of her. Like, this is not a dog, a high energy dog here. This is like I don't know, man. Like, all my pictures of Yuna are either her being full gremlin monkey, like, terror, or just this. Just, I want to make an art book of various pictures of Yuna, like, in her lowest state of energy. Just, like, giving me demanding belly eyes. Like, this kind of shit. Like, I want to make a formal art book. And I'll print 1 copy, and it'll be for myself, and I'll put it on my mantle for when people come to visit. They can look at Yuna, in all various states of not doing anything, or sleeping, or in a backpack because she got too tired and needed uppies. Like, I was gonna post that on Instagram, but I realized that nobody follows me on Instagram for this kind of shit. They follow me for art, so Like, I mean, I didn't get the Yorkie experience, the like high energy, high barking, whatever like La Creatura. I got the Maltese part of her or whatever. Can you make a sticker sheet just of her sleeping, not like art, but actual photos? Just cut out photos of her sleeping. What if they sell? What if I put them on my print store for a week and they sell more than my art does? What if the Unisticker line becomes like my highest selling product? I'll do it. I will monetize my dog. Like, her Instagram does have an affiliate link with a company that Ella got. They reached out and they're like, hey, we're looking for Instagram pups to be like marketing affiliates. Can we give you an affiliate link? And Ella said, yes. Yes, you may. I will receive your affiliate link. I'll do it. I will make a sticker sheet of Yuna in various states of slumber. Don't think I won't. Don't think I'm above that, okay? Don't think I'm too good for that. I'm drawing a fucking anime whatever character in my D&D game that's based off of a Chow Chow. So don't think me too high and mighty to degrade myself here, because I will. Not that anybody did think I was too high and mighty to degrade. Yeah, all right. It's one of those things I don't have to say out loud, right? Coffee table book of sleeping dogs done in watercolor would be too freaking cute. I should do that, man. I should just launch it as a Kickstarter. If it does well, great, I'll do it. If it doesn't do well, then whatever, it was worth the meme. You know? Who's got the video? The guy without glasses? Why is he carrying Yuna? I don't know, man. You should ask him. Fucking find that guy. You're like, hey, you're too handsome. What are you doing? What are you doing with my dog, bro? Out for a walk in a little backpack. Yuna fucking loves her backpack, dude. I don't get it, man. She absolutely loves her backpack. She doesn't like getting into it, though, but once she gets into her backpack, man, she's ready. She's like, take me on an adventure. Until I want to get down to Sniffy. And make you pick up after me. And then I want to return to my backpack. Then Yuna's a better artist than you are? What? Fuck. I've always suspected that. I've always wondered. And now I understand the truth. I was never meant to be an artist. I was meant to be a dog owner. If I get her to like make some fucking messy paint print or whatever, and it sells,
couldn't you just post the video on Yuna's Instagram so it's on topic?
So weirdly, Aduria, let me tell you about the kind of people that are emotionally damaged enough to follow a dog on Instagram. They don't like seeing the owners. Like Ella and I went through this. She was like figuring stuff out. So people who follow dog Instagrams, they don't like seeing the owners. They like to believe that the dog is like this independent creature. Look, I wish I understood, man. I don't get how this Instagram dog shit works either, but you'd theoretically be right. I don't know. Appreciate the 100 bits though, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. I feel like we're gonna have to add Runa as like a proper NPC that people are gonna be able to talk to in game for Horizon. Like, I think Runa needs to be like a hidden like Easter egg somewhere in there. She needs to be like, you need to be able to find her in like the tavern or whatever, going about her business. It needs to be something where you can go talk to her in game. Where as a player, you can like meet up or whatever in some fashion. I want her to have a side quest. That's gonna be like a stretch goal for my free project that nobody's actually paying for is a Runa side quest, whatever. The amount of these apartments have started charging for pet rent. More and more people are actually trying to monetize their pets. Damn landlords. Yeah, I don't know. I've really rented, so never had, like with Yuna, I never had to deal with that. We got her like recently, so I've never had like a pet and been like in the renting ecosystem or whatever like that, you know, finding apartments and shit. I bet that's a pain in the ass. Finding a pet-friendly hotel was easier than I had thought, but kind of still a pain in the ass. Because Yuna had to come with us to Edmonton Expo last year. She came with us to Edmonton because Ella and I were going to go to Edmonton Expo, which is in September, late September. And my dad and his wife were gonna take Yuna for the weekend. You know, very kind of them. They love Yuna. They love having her over. But my dad called me 2 days before Edmonton Expo, or before we were gonna leave for Edmonton Expo, and he said, "Son, I have bad news." And I said, "Yes, father. What is the bad news?" He said, "Son, we have come down with a brutal case of the COVID. If we were to take your dog, we would be taking her for a much longer time. And I don't know if we are well enough to take care of her." And I said, "I understand, father. Be well and take care of yourself. Heal, become strong." And he said, "I will." And we shook hands over the phone, and hung up. I said to Ella, "Well, I guess we're taking Yuna with us." She said, "Shit." So we took her to the convention, and I had to stay with her in the hotel all day. While Ella was at the con. And Yuna was not pleased. She hated it. She hated that Ella wasn't there. She hated that we were somewhere different. She didn't want to play. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't do anything. I tried to take her out on walks, and she'd just stand there shaking by the side of the road and stare at me and say, "But why can't we go home now? Let us collect the Ella and return home, please." And I couldn't do it, man. So we had to take her that 1 year. It fucking sucked. Yuna, not a hotel dog. Hotel, thankfully, pet friendly. Not thankfully, charged us an extra $70 a night. $70. Oh no, it was $35 a night. 70 for two. Whatever. They charged us a bunch of money for having a dog in our room, and we got a shittier room. So that sucked. But it worked out, I guess. It did feel kind of fitting because the year before we had actually collected Yuna from North Edmonton. We had to travel to Edmonton to collect our dog. So we traveled there, we stayed overnight, and then we drove north of Edmonton to where the breeder was. And I didn't know there was anything north of Edmonton. Because there isn't. Like, in America, I think it's interesting. You guys have this sense of, like, you're in the middle of nowhere, right? You're in the heart of the country, flyover state, cornfields, whatever you want to call it. There is nothing in any direction, right? And it's like, oh my god, there's the big, long, wanting abyss. But, like, realistically, it's not. If you go far enough west, you hit, like, California, the mountains, whatever, Colorado, wherever you are. You go farther north, you hit Canada. If you go far enough south, you know, you hit the United States of Texas. If you go far enough east, you hit everything that's over there. Thank you, Blues, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome. And the problem is when you're North Canada, you look north and you look back south and you're like, well, there's cities back there. There's like Edmonton and Calgary and whatever back there. What's the next piece of civilization that way? And let me show you. Wait. Let me show you the next piece of civilization. Let me show you the Canadian experience right here. Where's Canada? Where's Canada? Right here. Right here. Right here. So where's Edmonton? If you're Edmonton, you go north of Edmonton. The next piece of civilization north of Edmonton is Russia. All right? It's Russia. An empty Russia. All right? And then Kazakhstan and all the stands. And then Afghanistan and Iran and whatever, man. Like there's the furthest piece of it's an abyss. You look north of Edmonton and it's a terrifying feeling, dog. It's like looking into the bottomless black ocean. Holy shit. Yeah, Yellowknife doesn't count. When you're a Bard of Eloquence, level 3 and rule of 2, laugh in it becomes a 17 to a subclass BS, and you convince the orc to enter dance off against you. Much to this may of your DM, who then reveals the orc is a master cha-cha dancer. Wow, that's some old school D&D right there. That's some old school D&D. I like it. I like it. I want bards in my games to be more creative again. I feel like bards in my games have gotten lazy, and I want them to to shine once more. All these limerick telling, singing bards. I want interesting bards in my D&D games. Damn it, I've banned bardic limericks at my table. My poor bard player, she doesn't know what to do. She's like, I'm gonna inspire our rogue, and I'm like, what do you do? She's like, well, shit. I certainly don't sing or dance. I'm like, goddamn right you don't. I don't tell a limerick. Spoken word poetry? Maybe. I like bards, though. I like bard players. Bard players are there to have a good time, you know? They're there to chill out and have a good time. But yeah, Edmonton was fine for picking up Una, but it did feel like we were returning her home to North Alberta. Because Una's a farm girl, don't forget. She's a farm girl. She's from North Alberta, from a breeder that has wide open pastures, endless spaces to run around and play. And that then necessitated to her to go through 2 to 3 extra stages of deworming, because that's what you do with a puppy from a farm. And not like a puppy mill farm, but a puppy from a breeder that lived on a fucking farm. A distinction that's important when you talk about puppies. Puppy from a farm, not puppy from a puppy farm. Yeah, there we go. That's the distinction. I wonder if she remembers it. Her like first 8 weeks or 12 weeks or whatever. Farm. Probably not. It's not the way dogs work, but I wonder if she would recall the location, you know? If I was Bard, I would just take my top off. That's inspiring. Jesus Christ, you're such a fucking degenerate. Oh, God. How have you never played D&D, Koi? Like, what? I had to have you and Lack and your SOs over, and we need to play some D&D with Ella. It'd be a good time, man. I'm disappointed by your lack of experience playing D&D. I think you would conquer the game. I'm head to the land of Nod. Once been up since 12 to 10. That's a dude. That's a long time. Well, rest well. Rest well and sleep. Drink deep of the dream world, for it is necessary to become strong and healthy. 7+ hours of sleep every day. 100 grams of protein. 40 minutes of cardio. Wait, okay, hold on. I got carried away, all right? I got carried away. Just, yeah, hold up. We'll get some sleep. It's important. It's good for you. I'm so protective of my sleep now. I'm in bed atrociously early. Everybody that I know is disgusted with me. When I get in bed to read now at 10 to 10:30. And I'm asleep before midnight. It's like, Evan, how do you play God tier League of Legends matches at 4 a.m. with the boys? And you know what the answer is? I don't. Playing League with the boys was replaced by getting rescued by a hot gym mom because I couldn't get a bar off of me that one time at fucking 7 a.m. in the morning. 10K plus steps a day this week so far. You say, yeah, man. Are you there? Are you there? Are you in it? Are you doing it? Are you succeeding, Aduria? That's impressive, bro. Next, we'll talk about incline treadmill. Did all that work this morning, came home and ate like shit. No, I ate like shit last night. Because Ella came home with, she came home from the farmer's market. She's like, hey, I know you haven't had pasta in a long time, so I got pasta. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I'll have pasta at some point in time. It'll be like a fun day or whatever. We put it in the freezer. And she's like, wait, I also came home with a block of pecorino. I was like, wait. She's like, I also stopped at the butcher and got a slab of guanciale. I said, wait. And I made a small dish of carbonara last night for myself. I didn't care. Fuck it, it was good. You sleep at midnight, go to bed at 10. Would you wake up? Do you wake up super early? Is that what your schedule's on? Are you super early riser? Queen of the early morning? Monarch of the sunrise? You've been working for 4 hours before I even go live. I put pen to pad at 10 a.m. and you've already completed 3 masterpieces. You've gained 100 followers on Twitter. You've made 3 TikToks before I even know what time of the day it is. Holy shit. What an art god, man. What's good, Samurai? How you doing, homie? What's up? Samurai, you missed me spending the first half hour of the stream talking about how much I love the UK. What a disappointment to miss that, I imagine. My legs are in pain, and leg day is going to be a struggle. That's okay. So your legs will recover faster than anything else in your body right now because you're already used to working with them. So there is something we didn't talk about, Aduria, that there is sort of a sense of when you should rest and give your body a break and when you need to push through the pain. And a lot of stuff to do with walking, legs, ankle, feet, hips, whatever. You got to know what pain is bad. You need to stop. So like sharp pain's bad usually. Dull pains, aches, things like that. Sometimes obviously go to a physio, a doctor, whatever, confirm all this kind of stuff. But often the general rule is those are things that you can push through. And when I started doing my 10K in May, the first 2 weeks were really rough for me as well. But now I can crack like 15, 16K and still do the 10 tomorrow and not be upset about it. So you will adjust, your body will get used to it, you'll become strong. You gotta trust in the process. So when I roleplayed him, he often did things to help the story along because as a forever DM, sometimes the players just can't make decisions as a player, so I decided to make decisions for us. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes they need it though, right? Sometimes you need a little kick in one direction so you know what to do, you know? Wake up at 8:30, don't get out of bed till 10 because I have to water my gacha waifus. You're so... Oh... Okay. When I was on my way to Edmonton in the car, I thought about downloading a gacha. I even went to the Play Store and was looking around. I was trying to figure out which games would be fun and which games like fun to free to play. And I was looking at Star Rail, but I think Star Rail is really bad on mobile, supposedly. And Fate apparently is oppressive, and you shouldn't play Fate. I don't think I could maintain a friendship with Ashy of Heart if I played Fate Grand Order. If I started playing FGO, I think Ashy would abandon me. Like actually abandonment. you know? So there's that. I don't know what I can play, man. I want a game I can just mess around with on my phone for a half hour every day. I should go on a walk this morning. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Fuck it. Get them morning walks in. Get them steps in. Yeah. I was only a little over a mile, but normally I get in 1K steps a day with sedentary lifestyle, so I'm working on fixing that. Listen, Flower, that's awesome. That's legit. Like, seriously. That's not, you know, don't downplay that. Like, oh, you know, it was only a mile. It was only a mile. No, it was a mile, dude. That's a lot. You got to compare your steps with the steps that you're doing today. You know, and if you're hitting 3K steps and you go for a 5K day, that's a big improvement, dude. And if you're a 1K steps per day kind of lifestyle because, you know, you got work and whatever and hobbies and shit and you sit around all day, like I get it. I've been there. I've been there for longer than I have not. And you make any change to sort of make some time to move around and whatnot, that's big, dude. Congratulations. If I didn't have gotcha waifus, I could be Michelangelo over time. I'm just as queer as he was. That's a hard bar. Hey, listen, that's a tough bar to jump over. Okay, yeah. Look. I mean, like I'm gonna believe you, but that's oof. That's a tall order right there. I had a week off of walks because of heart advisory, and then walk the other day sucked. Dude, be careful, Ashley. That's serious, but fucking proud of you for getting after it. Like seriously. I mean it. I understand how hard it is. Not missing a day of 10K has been one of the biggest and most brutal challenges I've taken for my fitness. And I don't know how I'm still doing it. I have no idea how I haven't dropped the ball even one day since May, since I've started. So take care of yourself, but celebrate your victories. That's fucking huge. Because here's the thing, like your body doesn't know somebody else is running ultra marathons. Your body only knows what you have been doing for the last X years of your life. And your body doesn't want it. It'll resist it. You try and do some shit. We follow up on Sunday morning if you have time or such would like. Sunday... I think so. Yeah, I'll DM you on Sunday morning and see if we're around, we'll chat. Because there's something we need to talk about phase 2 and talk about how the first week went and things like that. Go join me, I'll share on Discord so you can pat me on the back. I will absolutely do so. I will be always overly excited and enthusiastic about any work you do. Like, what you guys don't know about Fish is that I always looked up to her when I was in art school. There was 3 people I wanted to be more like in my class. 3 people that I thought that if I could be like them, I'd be okay as an artist. One was my friend Sean, because he was very accomplished and he was very good, and I really respected his art, and even though he was an asshole and hated me, then he never really liked me, I still respected his art and loved him as a dear friend. And then the second was my Nuna, Rio. Rio, I always wanted to sort of embody some of the charm she had in her art and the authenticity about it. And the third was Fish. I always saw her work and critiques and thought, man, fuck, dude, fuck. How do I unlock some of that? You know, how do I unlock that? And then kind of also, there was a couple of other people that I looked up to, but it was easy to look up to everyone in my class because I was the worst. It's easy to look up when you're stuck at the bottom of the well, but regardless, there were a few that I really focused on, trying to emulate a little bit more. FGO still better than Yu-Gi-Oh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't say that FGO is better than Yu-Gi-Oh! With Ashy here, you might accidentally summon Ulner. If you mention FGO and YGO in the same chat message, Ulner gets an alert from Twitch, like on their phone. It's just like someone's talking some shit. You gotta go bring the fucking Herodric Wrath down on them. You gotta be careful about that, Adurio. Gotta be, you know, the VTubers are wild, bro. Actually, trying to see if that happened. No cap. Yeah. I try and get like 6 to 8 miles a week normally, but summer has been miserable. Yeah, depending on where you are, summer can, like where I live, summer is like beautiful. Let's get out there. If you live somewhere where summer is a brutal period of heat and diseased fucking allergies and whatever, that's tough. But I'm proud of you for trying. I'm proud of you for getting out there. You know, it's tough, man. It's really, really tough to like make some choices that lead to you being healthier. It's fucking brutal. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. It's tough shit, dude. And I think that sometimes we're so concerned about like, oh, I can't be like super proud of this because it's not like a big enough accomplishment. It's huge. It's huge. We're not training to compete with like Atari in his Marine Corps days, all right? We're trained to be healthier. We're not going to be that. We're not running ultra marathon. There's no David Gogginses or fucking, I don't know who else is fit. Yeah, I don't know who else does ultra marathons. We're just trained to be better than we were previously, so our bodies are stronger and healthier. We can sit and play video games longer without needing to get up. That's why. God damn it! You fucked up, Aduria. You fucked up. You brought us on yourself. All right. You fucked up, man. What's up, Bolner? What's up? I swear we weren't talking about FGO and YGO. This. Damn it. God, fuck. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. All right. Well, whatever happens to you, Aduria, whatever spirits you away. Now, whatever forces come in and grip you, just know this: you will be missed. For I will not stand between Ulner and Ulner's prey. I will not stand in the way. Okay, I'm not that dumb. So. Those great amazing fitness days are about 20-30 years behind me now. Nah, man. Nah, dude. They're still part of you. Time to get out for those rucks, Atari. Get your kids to put on a fucking, you know, I don't know, like 40-pound pack, and all y'all go for a big old hike. 10-mile ruck uphill. 10-mile ruck downhill. Get them fucking cadences going. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Start talking about yellow ribbons and shit. Go Full Metal Jacket. Start getting your colleagues to refer to you as Gunny. I don't know if you ever made the gunnery sergeant, but fuck it. Fuck it. My sisters are proud of me. Yu-Gi-Oh players, can you say the same? Uh-oh. You hate both equally and fairly? So, Ulner, which would you be more disappointed in, though? Let's just say that one day, Ulner, you come home and you walk in and you open the door, you swing the door open, and you find Ashy of Heart, phone in hand, looking back at you, startled and horrified. What game are you most disappointed to see on that phone? Is it Yu-Gi-Oh or is it Fate Grand Order? Which one is more upsetting? Proper takes. I play Yu-Gi-Oh because there's nothing more satisfying than watching your opponent play, getting up to make a cup of tea, and just coming back to play 2 cards and watch them surrender. Can I interest you in Hearthstone? You feel like a connoisseur. Can I interest you in Hearthstone? Oh, wait. That game's dead. Never mind. Wait, I forgot. Sorry. Sorry, I meant, can I interest you in Hearthstone 8 years ago? No, don't say it's true. No, don't say you've been playing Hearthstone. Oh, no. Oh, man. All right, I'll come cheer you on at BlizzCon, okay? You're the new Fire Bats, all right? He's a lock main at launch? Oh no. Oh, did you ever play the World of Warcraft trading card game? The physical one? The WoW TCG, which had to die so Hearthstone could live? Which they explicitly said, the canceling of the WoW TCG has nothing to do with the formation of the Hearthstone as a game. Uh-huh. Sure. Yep. Sure. What was going on with location? Wait, what? I'm confused. I did collect the cards, but no one played it nearby. Aw, man. I played the shit out of it, dude. Bro, Ulner, we would have been best friends if we knew each other in high school. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Okay. What an unfortunate circumstance that we never knew each other during Hearthstone and Yu-Gi or and WoW TCG and all that, the glory days. God damn it. God damn it. We would have talked so much shit about the weebs. The fate-watching weebs. Oh, man. It would have been fucking toxic. Well, I guess there's always shit talking to make up for lost time. Fate players, am I right? Truly based best card games are WoW TCG and Duel Masters. Really? Why Duel Masters? Yeah, what? There's new location cards in Hearthstone. No clue what's going on there. There's location cards in Hearthstone? Really? Hearthstone location card. The fuck is this shit? What's this garbage? Twisting Nether. Destroy all minions. What is this? Sanguine Depths. Deal 1 damage to a minion and give it +2 attack. Funny, we should talk about fireworks. Because either some fireworks just went off or someone shot like a coyote 4 or 5 times. Which, where I live, you know, when you live out in the mountains, man, you gotta play fireworks or gunshots, you know, once in a while. Doesn't mean you still can't be true. I'm so proud whenever I see Adrian von Ziegler pop up on the Spotify thing. You should be. You should be, bro. Oh, I need to add that source. Right, hold on. Never mind. I was gonna add the Spotify source to copy to my main starting soon thing. Copy and paste duplicate. Shit. But wait, where is it? Why is it not there? Fuck. Okay, whatever, I'll figure it out later. At least it's on the source now, so. Okay, cool. I remember to do that now. Also, answer your question, I can't be more disappointed in Ashy than I usually am. I'd probably say FGO. Oh, man. Okay, well. There you go. Look. Possibilities of a new low is already, it's always there. I was thinking about playing a gacha game on a car trip, a road trip recently. I thought about downloading Honkai Star Rail. I thought about downloading Fate Grand Order. I don't know which is the what is the least offensive gacha game to play as a free-to-play player with the funnest like story or campaign or whatever, or free mechanics, like the least greedy, most, I don't know what's the term, value centric for the least amount of investment. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is a lost cause. Maybe I should just avoid it altogether. Never pick up a gacha game. I just feel like I've always been so dismissive of the genre, you know? I've always seen gacha games and been like, oh, what a scam. I can't believe any idiot would play this. And then they started getting more and more popular, and I'm like, fucking stupid gamers? Like, what kind of idiots play these games? And then I see all the MMO players are playing gachas now. I'm like, wait, what? Are these games actually like good? Is there something redeeming about them? Am I missing something? So I kind of want to like investigate. I want to put like 10 to 15 hours into a gacha game 1 week and see if the game itself is fun, you know, or whatever. Play Fire Emblem Heroes and using exclusively even Camilla characters. Is that a thing? I do like Fire Emblem. I'm a Fire Emblem enjoyer, as they say. So, you know, if there's a good Fire Emblem gacha game, I could be persuaded to try it out if it's got Fire Emblem style combat and stuff. None of them are fun. Okay. There's gotta be one. There's gotta be one, boy. Like, come on. Don't play FEH. The power scaling is so stupid. I mean, man, but like, I like the art, right? I got like a bunch of Fire Emblem art books that I love. What if there's like good, you know, like this is actually unironically one of my favorite art books, and I'm kind of willing to suffer through a shittier game if I get more, like, you know, more of this. Like, I don't know what that is, but I want more of that. That's cool. The fucking Final Fantasy 14 dancer without the ears, right? I love the armor designs from Fire Emblem. You know, so if I can find a Fire Emblem, I don't know, if it's got like cool art and shit in it, that'd be fine. That'd be cool. Like, you know, like this guy. Like, fuck it, I want this guy. I want like the 5-star ace version, like gold border, lucky background version of that guy. Also, how the fuck is there not a Pokemon gacha game yet? Ask myself that every week. They're not fun. I just like the waifus. There's not a single fun one, really. Fire Emblem Heroes is intentionally really generous with their summons rate and mechanically because Nintendo wanted it to be kid-friendly and free-to-play friendly, so parents didn't get mad at them. Oh! So that's the one, then. So you're saying that's the one for me? You're saying, Evan, if you're not playing this game, you've not only disappointed your lineage, but you've also disappointed Ulner. I can't take that, so... I don't know, man. I just need a game for my phone, something to fuck around with once in a while. It's not Pokemon Go. Hate the designs from the newest one, I believe. The ones of the main characters designed by the VTuber artist. What was that game called? Wait, VTuber artist? What? I'm lost here. Which game was that? Is a Pokemon Gacha fan game? Of course there is. Pyromantic Ace Himbo King. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. You can marry units together in Fire Emblem Heroes, and seasonal variants count as different units. So I like to marry. Wait, what? You had Ike marry Ike marry different Ike. Okay. Never mind. I think I need to stay away from this. Yeah, hold on. I think this is gonna be bad for me. Look at a Pokerogue, which has taken more hours of my life than it should. Is it like a browser-based game? It's not mobile, right? Fire Emblem Engage. What's wrong with the Fire Emblem Engage heroes? Who did the character design? If it's Pochi, I'm gonna fucking uninstall my Photoshop, delete my stream key. If Pochi is the one that did these character designs, I'm ending stream. Here are the character designs for Fire Emblem Engage. Mika Picasso. Okay. Okay, it's not... Okay, it wasn't Pochi. Thank God. Thank fucking God. What's wrong with, Oh, that's what's wrong with them. Oh, okay. I was wondering what the problem was with the Fire Emblem Engage main characters designs. I understand now. Thank you for this clarification. I understand. It just looks like Fire Emblem to me, to be honest. I don't know. I would have noticed that they would have gotten some other artists coming for it. I didn't know Mika Picasso was a VTuber. I know that Mika Picasso was an artist that everybody likes to be like, no one does color better than Mika Picasso. And you're like, uh-huh. Anyway, what does the VTuber look like? Oh, that's cute. Okay, that's a cute design. I didn't know. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that Mika Picasso was a VTuber. That's neat. Cool. Learn something new today. Browser game. You can start each run picking your starter Pokemon, which starts with 9 gens of Fire, Water, Grass starters. That's cool. Wait, and so you just like play through kind of like Nuzlocke style or what? Love Engage is really fun and the plot is hilarious. The entire cast shares one brain cell. It's literally that meme. That's like when me and my bros all know nothing. Oh no. Is Engage? It's not a mobile game, is it? Is it a Switch one? Nintendo Switch, yeah. The last Fire Emblem game I played and I didn't finish it was Three Houses. I don't know. It didn't enthrall me like I felt like it should. I don't know. I didn't feel like it was the greatest example of a Fire Emblem game. So I feel like it left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know. Maybe I need to give it a chance. It also could have just been that it like some games hit at the wrong time. And this might have been a game that hit at the wrong time. It's one of those games that I'm not sure if I didn't like it because it was bad. Like there's a couple games that I've had in my past where I didn't like the game, but I'm not willing to say it was bad. And I tried again like 5 or 6 years later. I'm like, oh yeah, it was pretty good, you know? So there's a high chance that Three Houses might just be that. I don't know if it was well liked or accepted or whatever or not. You one playthrough of Three Houses, but it didn't grip me either. Yeah. The opposite of Three Houses. Three Houses like not fun to play, especially the school part is awful. It was really tough to get through. Like I think that's a cool premise, you know? It's like very D&D. You're like in this like school for like officer candidates or some shit for the future of your warring kingdom, something or another. Like I like the premise, but the game just didn't grab me, you know? Kind of meh about it. But like I said, that was also a time around when I just wasn't feeling games for some reason, so it could have just been a me thing. Maybe I'll play it again, decide it's the best game ever, but probably not. I probably won't give it another chance, to be honest. The last really great Fire Emblem game that I remember playing was Awakening. So that was a while ago. I tried to give him some chances, but yeah, I don't know. Heroes is fantastic. Do you think I should give another chance, Ashy? You think I missed out on it? Is it Ashy? Do you think that the beginning is a bit of a slog and that like it's worth it if I sit through it, or what do you think my problem was with it? Do you think because like I said, I'm not willing to say that it was bad or whatever. It might have just not hit right. But do you think that I was like sort of like Realm Reborn from it? Is it really good if you get through sort of the initial slog of it? The execution school part is awful. I wish you could just skip the school part because they make you play it 3 times, which is a dumb waste of time. Really? Pokemon Roguelite sounds fun. You should check it out for yourself. I might actually. If it's browser based and free and whatever, I might fucking fuck around. Why not? Though I also haven't finished a lot of it. Like I haven't finished every new Pokemon game either, Gartham. So I feel like there's actual Pokemon games that I need to play. Didn't play through Brilliant Diamond. Didn't play through the Scarlet and Violet DLC. And I didn't play through Arceus. And I didn't play through Sword and Shield DLC. So the last game that I played really was Sword and Shield, and then Scarlet and Violet. But I didn't play any of the DLCs or anything like that, so I don't know. I feel like there's actual games that I should play. Not should, like I have to, just like... I mean, you're not obligated to play a fucking video game. I just... You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Alright, listen. You know what I want? I want a JRPG that feels particularly D&D. That's what I want right now. I want a JRPG that makes me feel like a JRPG that has the same vibe and aesthetic and feel of a game like, or an anime like Grimgar, if any of you know Grimgar, or like Goblin Slayer. Like I want like a more D&D-y JRPG. Because I feel like they used to do things like that. Like for any of you who are fucking ancient like me, and you remember PS1 era RPGs like Brigandine, Vanguard Bandits, Vagrant Story, those ones, a lot of them felt very D&D. The kind of high fantasy like Xeno, what's the new Xeno game called? Fucking whatever, you know what I mean? The Switch or Wii Xeno games. Or like the Tales games. They're much more light and high fantasy and boppy and anime. You know, I want like a newer JRPG that feels more more like the original JRPGs, more like Valkyrie profile-y, you know. Etrian Odyssey, that was good. I did play through most of that. Oh, did I finish that? That was the Xbox one, right? Am I wrong with that? Am I thinking of a different one? Nope, that's a completely different game. I have not played this one. Nope. What am I thinking of? I was thinking of a completely different game. Definitely was not thinking of this game. So nope, never played it. Never played through any of these. I own the first two because they came out when I was collecting games. When I was like collecting JRPGs. So I actually own them. Or whatever. Like on the DS or 3DS or whatever. I own a couple of these games. I have a vast JRPG collection for the 3DS era that I've never played. 14 is a classic-based party JRPG game filled with anime furries and super D&D. Stop. Actually, Stormblood sucks, right? Like, I just finished the Azim step part. I'll be honest, I haven't enjoyed Stormblood since... I haven't enjoyed the MSQ. Like, really enjoyed it since the ending of the main part of Heavensward. Tell me that Stormblood gets better and that I don't need to finish it and get to Shadowbringers for the game to get good again. Award-winning MMO 14, yeah, 14, that's the one. A Berserk game in this day and age would be peak. That would be cool. Yeah, what's up, Fulham? Something like that would be pretty neat. I don't know. I don't really know what I want out of a game right now, to be fair. I guess. I just want something that takes me on a bit of a cool, like, traditional, classic-ish fantasy adventure. Something in between your anime JRPGs of today and Dark Souls. That kind of bridges the gap. Feels like an old JRPG, you know what I mean? A lot of people don't know what I mean when I say feels like an old JRPG because they never played them. JRPGs had this specific feel. Games like, you know, the Grandia or old Final Fantasies or whatever, they had a vibe to them that I just feel like I haven't really gotten since. And I do attribute it mostly to me and not to the games as much. I think there's lots of, like, games have gotten worse in a lot of ways, and I could make a fucking essay about that. But I think in a large component of games having gotten worse or whatever, I think it is that I've changed in a lot of ways. You know? Because there are still some games that come out that are rad. It's not all bad, but it's just the kind of games that I want right now. They're just not making as much of, if that's possible. I don't really know what I want. That's the thing, man. I was 2 years old when I clicked that MSQ means main story quest. Welcome to the forefront. We're happy to have you, Duria. Grab your sword. Grab your board. Suit up. Let's get it. You know, I will have World of Warcraft soon. And that's cool, I guess. I'll play that for a couple of hours, probably. So I have the game for free. And I have a free sub currently. And I love World of Warcraft, so I'll probably do that when War Within comes out. I did uninstall World of Warcraft and a bunch of other stuff. I basically purged my computer of all distractions. I'm gonna focus phase right now, but if I want something on my phone, you know, that's why I was looking for a gacha game. I wanted something on my phone that I could just like pull out or whatever, sit downstairs, get away from work, physically away from my workspace, and then just like play a dumb game for 20-30 minutes. Pokemon Go's fine, but Pokemon Go for me is a game Elle and I play to go outside and go do stuff. We'll go out and go do events, and we'll go walk around the mall and catch fucking Rayquazas and shit. Or we'll go for a walk on Community Day and Community Gay. We'll go for a walk on Community Gay, and just wear tank tops and shit. No, we'll go do whatever, and it's fun. But yeah, it's not a game that I can sit down at the end of the day and just like play for 20-30 minutes. You know what I mean? What's good, Geese? What's good? Good to see you, dude. Stormblood is definitely the least loved. Some of it just leans more political, less power fantasy. And yeah, the split attention between Alamigo and Kugane probably could have been the one MSQ focus and one the post-patch focus instead of the bouncing around. I just kind of feel like I haven't done anything yet. You know, it's like you go to Alamigo and you're like, oh no, we're under attack. We gotta save us. Okay, let's go make friends in Kugane. And you go across the sea to Kugane and they're like, hey, whoa, there's like an empire here. And you're like, oh no, we gotta go liberate the empire. And it's like the entirety of the Red Sea or Ruby Sea or whatever thing where you go like make friends with those people. And then the entirety of the like Azim Steppe part where you go make friends with the Aura and whatnot. I feel like these things have both been basically irrelevant and we could have done them in 5 quests. You know what I mean? Like, it's just been kind of disappointing the whole time. It's like, why did I just spend... Like, I'm fine that we went there, we went to the sea, we went to the Azim Steppe, we all said, it's like, okay, cool, we got some allies. Why did that process take 23 hours? That's what I'm wondering. It's like I've had to slog through it, you know? Which it's a worthwhile slog, I think, but... Also, kind of, I just want to know that the rest of Stormblood at some point in time gets good or great or whatever. I'm kind of just trying to go through the motions and get through it. Like, you know what? You know it's a good way to sort of identify my boredom with Stormblood, Ashy? Stormblood is the expansion I stopped doing side quests in. I did every side quest in Realm Reborn. I cleared the entire quest out of Heavensward and I liked it. You go somewhere new, you do your main story quest, and you go do other stuff too, and it's fun. You learn the lore, you talk to people, you do dialogue, whatever. Stormblood, I'm kind of just like, I want to get through this. I just want to go to the next thing. Please just let me get through this shit. So, kind of like when our players are in our current D&D game. They're like, Evan, stop monologuing about like merchants and ancient consortiums and stuff. Just let us get to the fighting. I'm like, I'm sorry. My players have no idea they're going to spend half of the day today leveling up. They have no idea that we're not actually going to play tonight. That I'm going to stall them out until finally they level up. And I will be cackling to myself as I do work while playing D&D. Applying the lessons that you learned from Heavensward and Stormblood, which is why it's a good payoff expansion. That's fair. Reason about Fandelver and below, and the PHP to start DMing. I just finished reading up on the other races. That's awesome. I want to ask if the PHP race descriptions were mere guidelines or I need to study them in order to roleplay lore accurate. Geese, you don't need to play anything from the PHP lore accurate. If you are choosing to play within... So here's the thing. D&D has always been intended, the lore written by wizards has always been intended back from the days of Emperor Gygax, the founder of our great hobby, as a somewhat bland, kind of boring, very generic framework. That's why it's there. You don't have to have any of it as core. If you're playing with players that all love Faerun and love the D&D setting and love all that stuff, and they want to play that fantasy specifically and exactly, sure. But there's lots of stuff that you can sort of like meddle with, make up, change, alter, whatever. The entirety of D&D is just a guideline. And when we take settings and lore as written too sacredly, that's when we lose the creativity of the game. And so it's never been the intent of D&D, and some people tell you it's like newer age D&D players will worry more about the words as written for the lore because Wizards sells more of it. They make more money on it. They people like it. It's whatever. It's great. But you should never, if you want to embrace that side of D&D and you want to learn the lore like you'd learn Star Wars lore and be a complete nerd and whatever and do all that kind of deep diving, go for it. Have fun. It's a great world to have that kind of attention and focus on. But never let that stop you from interjecting a better idea into the world. I haven't played in Faerun, in Forgotten Realms, in D&D realm world since I was probably 15. So 19 years ago. Because I homebrew everything. A lot of people do. And so you can either homebrew everything, you can homebrew nothing, or you can do some in between, like middle ground, whatever. So whatever, if you want to read the races and you love that shit, and you want to read the lore and the deities and the cultures, oh man, you want to get into that, go for it. But if you're like, TLDR, who cares? Like, fucking, okay, Goliaths are blue, tieflings are edgy, nobody cares about halflings, sure, whatever, then get after it. I was lit with Berserk themed stuff. It still puzzles me how a majority of people don't know about it, really. Yeah. Must be benevolent DM. I told my players to level up between sessions because I knew it would be time to level up within the first 20 minutes of the next session. Ooh, dude, Atari, that's noble. What an act of service. Holy shit. You are a better man than I. The thing is, I don't actually know my play. So here's the thing. My players could go, they could get to the point where they need to level up. Basically, they level up on their next long rest, more or less. Their next long rest could be immediately after tonight's game starts, or it could be in 3 more days of play, depending on what they choose. So I actually have no idea when they're going to level up. So I'm not just being needlessly cruel to them. That's only loosely implied, okay? As a DM, I've always allowed my players to project whatever race lore they want to their character and expand it into a small town, city, country as appropriate. Yeah, totally. You want to be a tiefling, but you want to be a celestial tiefling. You want to have beautiful, gleaming, golden antlers instead of demonic horns. You want to have a Draenei blue tail instead of a tiefling charred, spiked tail. What the fuck tiefling tails look like? You do whatever you want. It's your story. It's your fantasy. Unless you're spending all your time writing your own fantasy lore. In which case, you allow your players to do whatever they want, and then you disregard them completely, have your own headcanon of what they look like and how they do everything, and then fiercely refuse to play a D&D with that player ever again after your campaign ends. That's how I handle it, so. Oh, I want to be a dog girl. Okay. I want to be an astral knight. Okay. But I don't want to have a sword. Okay. Can I be a canonical character in your world, Evan? Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm kidding. Jesus, I'm kidding, man. Come on. I'm not gonna do fishy like that. Sounds great. Now I feel like I can accurately name a few of the PHP traits of each race to my players, but I don't need to know everything from what's in the book. No, you never need to know everything. The biggest thing that holds back new DMs from starting is new DMs think they need to know more than they do. You don't need to know shit. You don't need to know garbage about the game. You need to know, here's what you need to know as a DM. Realistically, here's what you actually need to know as a DM. You need to know how combat mechanics work. Grapples, attacks, movement, attack of opportunity, a very cursory thing of the basics for combat. And then you need to know how and when to apply skill checks. Anything about the races and classes, you don't need to know shit. All right? I don't think you should know shit unless you want to know shit. Dude, if one of my players says, Evan, oh great and mighty GM, I summon thee attention. And I lower myself from my golden throne and I gaze upon them and I say, speak, wretch. Bother me no longer than you need to. My time is precious. Combat must carry on. What is it that you need from me? And my player says, "Oh, great and mighty DM, I would like to attempt to jump from the chandelier, make an attack against the ground, fire myself through 3 enemies, swinging whilst barraging me with my hammer, making multiple strikes on each one, divine smite in tow. Then flying to the chandelier, I want to spin around the chandelier, gaining momentum, using my boots of spitting to increase my momentum, releasing myself from the chandelier, crashing into it, dragging it off of its chain into the ground, using it as a cage for the evil villainous demon in front of me, then collapsing my great arms around it, superheating the frame to shut in the villain into its barbed confines. Can I do that?" My answer would be, I don't fucking know. Can you? You tell me, dog. Like, I don't know how your fucking class works. Like, when a DM says, can I sneak attack? And I say, can you? You're like, well, I don't know. Like, do I, like, can I sneak attack against this guy? I'm like, do you meet the requirements for it? Yeah, do I have advantage on this attack? Yes. Okay, then I'm gonna sneak attack. I'm like, cool. No, you don't need to know. Your players should know more about their class and how it works than you do as a GM. You sometimes need to know more about how mechanics work. So I'll give you an instance. I don't expect my cleric player to know that their summoned weapon doesn't give them flanking if you're playing with the flanking rules. I don't expect them to know that. That's a sort of core mechanic thing. I don't expect to know with players if they have advantage on attacks, things like that. But if they are like, hey, does my spell work here? Can I target this guy with the spell? It's like, read the spell. It says I can target any creature that I can see. Like, okay. All right, so then I'm gonna target them with the spell. Okay, you know. And I think that's a big thing that stands in front of. Now, obviously, as a GM, you learn more than your players about certain things. You learn stuff as you're going. But I think the new GMs often get intimidated because they see the Matt Mercer, Matt Colville, whatever, like, super nerd GMs that know everything about the game because they're nerds, and that's fine. It's fun. They're like, oh my god, I can't start GMing until I know how every rule of the PHB, every rule of the DMG, cover to cover. I need to know every monster, every stat, every interaction, every class. I need to know it better than my players. Not really. You just need to know how basic things work. Skill checks, combat basics, whatever. Learn stuff to your players. If they're like, can I do some crazy shit? You're like, I don't know, let's figure it out. Let's figure out if you can do some crazy shit. Well, it says here that you get 14 bonus actions as if it's a Tuesday, and you deal bonus ice damage whenever you're smiling, and you get to deal crab damage if you've eaten a lobster within the last 3 days. Have you met all those conditions? They're like, yup. I'm like, great, you one-shot the boss. You know? Don't be intimidated by not knowing individual rules. Never be intimidated by not knowing the rules. The rules are the least important thing about D&D, in my opinion. The least important thing about D&D is the rules, in my humble opinion, although they are necessary. They're not strangulating, right? Got a mentor who's basically a civilized dude from the city in my current game, and Ulner basically invented a new breed of gnoll. I feel like I need to draw Ulner's gnoll. What was Ulner's gnoll's name again? It was like one word or something. It wasn't like filth or whatever. It was like some. It was like a verb or something or a noun. No, I don't remember. What was the name? Shit. D20 plus modifier is greater than your target number. Yeah, exactly. If it meets, it beats. You're done. That is a lot for one turn, but I've seen it happen. Bean. Yes, thank you, Bean. You have a bunch of new players being able to give a player a basic explanation. It's a dragon dude that's breeze fire or lightning, or tieflings have a bit of demon blood. They give a variety of powers. That's probably enough, especially since your setting might not even have the noble ancient empire of Baal Tarath. Cause, yeah, true. That's a lot to be burdened as a first-time DM and isn't really worth anything. Nah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, what does the book say? Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try and learn that stuff. You should. I think, in my opinion, the greatest DMs know the rules very well too, because then you know the cool stuff you can do in with around the world, the rules. But I don't think that new DMs should ever feel pressured, even the slightest, to know all the rules. No. And it gives too many people who want to DM for the first time a bit of pause when they're like, ooh, I don't want my players to be mad if I say, like, oh, no, you can't do that because it's a Wednesday and Fireball can only be cast on Tuesday. You know, if you're playing with good players, they'll like say, hey dude, like, I don't know, like the rule says this, like, what do you think? And then you can be like, oh dog, the rule says that. Shit, man, well, I guess we learned something new today. DM and player need to work together to understand and learn the rules on how stuff works, especially for new classes, right? I learned a lot about how rogues work in 5e when one of my players decided to play a rogue. You know, because I hadn't played a rogue for the years and years and years that 5e was out until one of my players played a rogue. And I was like, shit, okay, I gotta learn how that shit works. You know? View the rules as guidelines? Yeah, I agree. Oh shit, Mojo. What's up, Mojo? Yeah, good to see you, dude. Been a while. No, the rules are, in my opinion, very vague guidelines. I give my players so many non-rule based checks, but to be fair, I also come from an age of 3.5. So there's certain rules I use in from 3.5 in my 5e campaign. There's certain rules that I love about 5e that if I was to go back to 3.5, if my players could do simple, basic double-digit or single-digit math, and they were smart enough to pass, you know, 6th grade, I would go back to 3.5 because, you know, 5e is not my cup of tea in that regard. That wasn't a dig at my players. It was a dig at all 5e players. Come on. No, seriously though, I like Advantage. I would bring Advantage into a 3.5 game. I love Advantage. I think it's great. But I also bring static buffs. So here's an example of 3 things I bring from 3.5 into 5e that I think improve the game system a lot. I bring in static check bonuses. So sometimes a player will let's just say I have a paladin and he's in a tomb and he's like doing a religion check to figure out if he knows what this thing is all about. There's like an idol in front of him. I'll be like, well, you're a paladin from the Shattered Sea, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, this is another order from the Shattered Sea. So you will probably know this. This is a very good chance you know this. So take a +10 to your religion. And you're like, okay. And he rolls once and it's like, at the worst, he knows what it is, which is like a 12 or 13. At the best, he super knows what it is and gets like a 30. You know, and I'm fine with that. It's like, to me, I like those static checks. So I'll tell my players that, and it confuses a lot of D&D Beyond users, because I'll be like, yeah, you're doing a persuasion. Ooh, you got this thing and that thing set up. Ooh, yeah. Roll your persuasion with advantage and add +5. And I'll sometimes have a player be like, okay, I can roll advantage. How do I add the +5, Evan? Where's the button to add +5 in D&D Beyond? And I'm like, what did you get? They're like, well, I got a 17 and a 12 with advantage. I'm like, okay. So you got a 17. But how do I add +5 to it in D&D Beyond? You can just tell me the number that D&D Beyond told you and add +5 to it. Like, it's okay. Like we'll be okay. You can do this. I believe in you. Okay, just get out your fingers. Just, you know. So I'll do that. Sometimes my players, I like static check increases like that. I think they are more elegant than advantage. Although I do think advantage is more exciting. So sometimes I merge them. I give them an elegant solution and an exciting solution to a bonus skill check. The second thing I bring in, well, I guess the second and third are basically connected. But it's touch AC and flat-footed AC. I like touch and flat-footed AC. Basically, it's either negating your armor or negating your dexterity bonus. Right? If you're caught flat-footed, your AC, you don't get your dex bonus to it. And this is a rule in D&D in like 3.5 where like you could be caught flat-footed or whatever. You know, Mojo's not gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. Probably more examples of all the flat-footed versus touch AC, you know, attacks and whatnot, because I haven't played 3.5 in 5-6 years. But I like it as a system because I like the idea of you're not moving. The only thing protecting you is your armor. You don't get your dex, dog. I'm sorry, you're flat-footed. You're caught. What's your AC? Subtract your dex for this. That's your AC for this attack, all right? And then I roll. Or it's a lot of fun with my players too when they're just like, you know, I'm gonna sneak up on the guy. I'm gonna get him with my dagger. Well, you caught him flat-footed. So the monster's AC I have in here, the guard's AC, the ranger guard has a 16 AC. You know, +4 from his armor, +2 from his dex. I'm going to remove the 2 from his dex because he's standing there, unaware that he's about to be shanked by like a 4'5" fucking hobbit And I like the way touch and flat-footed AC works in 3.5. So I bring that into 5e. All the rules in D&D are a guideline. None of them actually matter. You don't have to follow any of them. You have to be experienced enough to know how to not follow them, though. Because the rules are necessary. They keep things going, they keep things running, they keep things smooth, they keep things understandable so that everybody can can understand what's going on at the same page. But they're never necessary, you know? Don't be afraid to come back next week and say, we screwed that up, rules say it works this way. And I did that with the... Good example, Tar. I did that with the cleric weapon. A player summoned his fucking spirit weapon and is like, oh, I'm flanking him now. I attack, and it's like, oh, does that work? He's like, I think so. I'm like, okay. And they murdered this like illithid wannabe like discount like Walmart illithid that I had in my world, like fucking no name President's Choice brand, great value Mind Flayer that I had in Eldara, which was a mistake for lore reasons, but they murdered it. And I was like, man, that fight was too easy. And like, does that work that way? Is that can they just get flanking on every single thing forever for the rest of the time if they summon their spirit weapon? I looked it up and it's not a creature. And I was like, next week I was like, hey, just so we know, that's not a creature. It doesn't work anymore. So that was my bad. I didn't know that. We all learned something, you know, and it's fine. There was some groans of like, man, I was gonna break the game forever and use my stupid whatever. It's like, yeah, okay, that's funny. But you know, you figure this shit out. You learn it. You get it figured out, and you move on. Where is what the fuck are these layers? Where the fuck is my spear layer, bro? That's my faces. Fucking references. And where is my layer that's just a spear? Because I don't want to have to fucking bring it into this. Oh god. If I have to, okay. Boys, we're redesigning the spear because I don't know if I can do this in symmetry. Hold up. Let's try this. And try to line this up. I need to line it up perfectly, or else we need to do the spear in symmetry. It needs to be close enough will be in fact good enough. Is this close enough? That's close enough, I guess. Okay. All right. Astral spear time. Normally what I do is if I ever do a spear like this or something that I want to do in symmetry for my line work as well as my sketch, I will go back and I will save it as like its own layer so that I can properly work over my line work with like this. I did not this time. Unfortunately. Awesome character. Thank you. It is one of my players' characters in our stream game that we did for a couple weeks until work changed and we have to find a new time to play it. So we'll probably come back in a couple of weeks or within the month or so if we can and play in the evenings perhaps if it works out. If it works out. From high pop, you can't say that about the majority of VTubers. Damn. It's because it's true. Doesn't mean you have to say it aloud. There we go. To have a floating plus/-2 for that type of situation, keep the same but ignore the crunchier math. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's lots of elegant solutions to it, I think. Weird situation where by rules is written, being flat-footed improves their ACs. And does it? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's being able to situationally figure out bonuses and stuff and penalties for my players is more interesting I will say that more often than not, a situation will present a bonus to the players than a penalty. A penalty really has to happen only if I think that it sort of feels right. You know, players want to win. They want to succeed with, and they want to do what they're doing as they intended to do it. And you can't always sort of take that away from them for no reason. It has to be for a challenge. But some players are actual crying children about it and don't want anything standing in their way from being the guy. And you're like, bro, Daniel, stop playing so many fucking free-to-play, pay-to-win games. You can't just pay to win at every game. This is D&D. You can't just pay me money to be better. Oh, wait, I could make a lot of money. Never mind, Daniel. Never mind, bro. You want to buy a spear of slaying from the in-game shop? Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Homeboy, you let me know, all right? I like the character sheets that provide the basic formula to calculate how skills and AC work. Yeah, truthfully, I really prefer my players to use physical character sheets. I think that like actually, hold on. I want to get your opinions on this. Like, actually, I want feedback on this. I don't know how to feel about this, and I don't want to ask the question on Twitter. I've thought it was a lot. I don't want to pose this question on Twitter because I'm afraid people take it the wrong way, get defensive, and get mad. Which might be funny, actually. Maybe we'll do it. Do you think using D&D Beyond makes players worse players at like the game? I don't mean like RP or whatever. At like knowing how to do things, because so much of D&D Beyond does it for you. I've noticed this with almost every player that I've taught how to play D&D since 5e came out, where D&D Beyond was part of the mainstream. Every player that I have played with that has learned the game on D&D Beyond has been caught off guard by anything remotely surprising, whatever. Things like I'm joking about, like I say, add a +5 to your skill check. That's a conversation that's actually fucking happened before. Where a player has been like, how do I add +5 to this? And I'm like, what does the number say? Well, if I hit roll, it won't add the +5. And I'm like, it's not like it gets computed in a fucking whatever. Like, you tell me what it is, and I look at my paper and tell you if it hit. Like, that's like, there's a forgetting. But the thing is, I feel like that's a bit unfair to some D&D players, because it's like, is it just a tool that's easier and streamlines and a complicated system? And then I don't think D&D Beyond's bad by any means, but I personally prefer my players to use physical character sheets, because I think it makes the game better. It makes it more, like, what's the word? Like, tactile, I think is the word that I might be searching for, but I'm not sure if that's quite right. But it makes it feel more like involved, more invested. It makes you as a player more aware of your character when you're not like, oh, what's my whatever? What's my this check? I'm like, okay, you know, roll like what's your when I say like roll a stealth check, they say, okay, this. When I say what's your stealth bonus, players like, uh-oh, I don't know, man. Like, where do I how do I, you know? Or like when I give them a custom magic item, I'm like, okay, this item will give you +1 to your charisma save on a Thursday if you've already had Taco Bell that day. And the player is just like, how do I add that to D&D Beyond? How does it know if it's a Thursday and I've had Taco Bell? And it's like, you just remember you have that bonus because you're attuned to it. And you tell me on Thursday, if you've eaten Taco Bell, you get a +1 to your Christmas set, right? I think it makes, like, it's frustrating for me to not be able to make the game more modular and expand out on it, because my players don't know how to do that. Sometimes, not all of them. I'm like, but most of them figure it out, and they do figure it out because I push them to figure it out, because I give them weird shit like bonus damage on Tuesdays, you know, like whatever, you know what I mean. But did you think, like, in the general experience of our D&D hobby, does D&D Beyond make players, like, I don't like, also the word worse is not a great word to use, too rigid, like they don't, how do I word this? I don't know. I think you guys understand where I'm getting from. He says it's in jest, but I've heard this kind of stuff happening. Like true though, right? It does, yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. I've run all my games in Roll20 since the lockdown 2019. Do you think that using the Roll20 character sheet has made your players less knowledgeable about how the character works? 100% of players I've seen with D&D Beyond spend so much time flipping through screens and to find stuff. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird, champ, to me. I'll be like, hey, what do you have in your inventory? And they'll like be like, hold on, let me find it. Let me look for it. Wait, what page is it on? Wait, how do I get to my inventory? You know? And you're like, I don't know, just flip your page over. So that's why I like the learning the character sheet. I think the character sheet is the physical character sheet is a superior tool. It's a faster tool than D&D Beyond is, but I could be wrong with this. I'm wondering if anyone else has felt, and I guess Atari and Aduria have. It actually makes the character easier to reference. You do? Really? Okay. Do you give your players a lot of strange things, or do you give them pretty much like all rules is written bonuses, rules is written items, stuff for the PHB? Or do you give your players a lot of homebrew content? Over-reliant is a good way of wording it. That's fair. Does D&D Beyond make players over-reliant on the app? I think that's the diplomatic way to phrase that question. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I don't want to say worse at the game. Oh, if you use Roll20, if you use a digital app, you're worse at the game. It's like, no, chill. You're not worse. You just never learned how to do this thing or that thing, you know? And like Ella uses a physical character sheet one part because of that, and one part because of her stubbornness that she likes having a fucking pen and paper RPG in front of her for her pen and paper RPG. Which I respect. You do both? Okay. Grace lazy players who don't know how to do things on the fly. Well, I'm reluctant to be that sort of judgmental, but I do agree-ish. You know, over line I think is a better. Yeah, I think we agree on that. I'll just put a section right in the middle of my sheets with all their attacks listed with modifiers and damage dice right there. Yeah, I actually made a character sheet for Fishy. I made a character sheet on one of these pads of paper that I have that I like write my notes and shit on. I made a character sheet with all of her relevant attacks and information on it, and it was like a small like condensed character sheet for her and I to both reference, so I knew what her character had. And you know what I mean? Like it was nice to have that condensed. Running games in person with physical sheets isn't an option for me. Well, like the thing is, I think that you can run a game online without a physical with physical character sheets. So like we play on Discord, we use Foundry, and one of my players uses real dice and physical character sheets, and one of them uses a digital character sheet and real dice, and two of them use digital character sheets and digital dice. You know? Like when I was playing with Fishy, we weren't even using Foundry. We were just using Discord and pen and paper, and it worked. So I think there's an interesting way to like combine it. I definitely think that a lot of people have that sort of impression that it's like, oh, I play online, so of course you have to use Roll20. And I never have gotten a great explanation. I'm not saying that Yosemite that you're or this is like what you're saying, but I've heard something similar to what you're saying. And I always feel like it's always met with this kind of like, duh, I play online. I can't use a physical character sheet. I play online. Like, what do you mean? But I've never gotten a satisfying, like, why does that mean you can't play with you know? Like having pen and paper, but I usually use a PDF character sheet so it doesn't do the math and everything for me, but I still convenient not to destroy the pen when you're erasing things over and over again. That's fair. I actually like, I had a player play with laminated character sheets for a long time. That was cool. That was actually kind of cool. She always had a laminated character sheet, and she used I don't know where she found it, but it was a very fine dry erase marker. Like it was like a pen, like, you know, like a I don't know, like it wasn't like a marker style nib. It was like a fucking, you know, pen style like nib, but it was a dry erase marker, and she drew out everything on her character sheet. Like so she had everything like that she needed written on the character sheet, and then she had her health. Like her current health total, so not like overall health, but current health total, written in dry erase or whatever. I don't know. It was really cool. It was a cool system. It wasn't my jam, but I thought it was a really cool way of solving that problem. You know. I only use the D&D Beyond to have a copy on my sheet, so if I lost a physical one, I can rewrite my physical. That's fair. We always kept our character sheets in our phone. When I was in high school, we always took pictures of our character sheets on our fucking flip phones, because around grade 12 was when like real phones started coming out, and through university when we had real phones, like smartphones, we had character sheets on our phones, so we had like references all the time if we wanted to play like emergency D&D or something.
Happy Thursday.
You're like, oh shit, we got it, guys. Everybody have our character sheets. We need to play some emergency D&D. Oh, Nix, what's up? How you been, Nix? Thank you for the sub. Good to see you. 27 months. Holy fuck. How you doing, Nix? How you been? How's projects been? Good to see you, dude. I want dice rolls there in Discord or VT where everyone can see them. Is that for the drama of having dice in front of everybody, or is that because you're concerned about like cheating or fudging numbers? I think that online sources can be really beneficial if you're playing with people online. For in person, I definitely like using pen and paper, but I also like to take a lot of notes when we play. That's fair too. Yeah, if you're taking physical notes. Like I use pen and paper for everything, except I do take digital notes. So I don't know. I'm also a multimedia user when it comes to D&D. We use Foundry and other VTTs for like the maps and movement and stuff like that and visualization. We haven't really used our Foundry map all that much since we started playing because I haven't had the time to make maps for my players. I basically told my players, look, I can wait a while longer and we can not play for a while and have maps when I'm back, or we can play like every week, but there's never going to be maps or prepped encounters like visuals. And they chose playing more often with less like maps and stuff. So, or at this point, no maps. And they like that. So, you know, whatever, it's fine. Coming from surgery since Tuesday, but should be better now? Oh, damn. Hope you're all right. Hope it went well. Hope you're feeling better. I'll be taking Ella to the hospital next Monday for hand surgery for her, so I feel that right now. It's been on my mind, so I wish you a speedy recovery, Nix. Speedy recovery and good health after. But yeah, I don't know. I like mixing tools, I guess. I just do think that, like, I wonder how to solve the problem. Okay, so like if we identify that there is a problem, and not like a problem, but there is a issue with players that learn and only know how to use D&D Beyond being too reliant on it. I wonder how you solve it, or if you can as a DM, or if you just have to sort of like encourage your put your players in a position where they have to know stuff, and then eventually they'll sort of like figure it out. You know what I mean? The problem is, though, that if you're like, it's the issue of like waiting constantly. You ask your player for a stat or whatever, and they're like, oh, let me look it up. How do I do this? How do I whatever? You know, and I think sometimes my players will like look to me and they'll be like, hey, Evan, how do I find this on D&D Beyond? And I'm like, don't fucking ask me. I don't use D&D Beyond. Like, oh, but like, where do you get this stat? And I'm like, I can tell you where it is in your character sheet. I don't know how D&D Beyond works. I'm sorry. And being sort of like done with that whole like waiting game. Like, I wonder if there's a way that you can get your players to sort of like the idea of learning their character more than they sort of like feel like they need to. Because you don't want it to feel like a job, man. You don't want it to feel like this fucking thing that they gotta like do and learn and whatever. And it's like, now you're not playing a game every week. You're like learning shit and like it's a job and you gotta like figure this stuff out. I don't want to do that, man. So I get it. I also get that sort of, you know what I mean? Try to penalize players when they know nothing about their abilities. I mean, yeah. Trying to find a penalty that feels like fair and not just like bad is tough for me, though. I don't know. You can print sheets for D&D Beyond. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you can. You can. Why does learning look like a job? I think it's because a lot of people spend so much time trying at stuff that when sometimes they play a game or whatever, they just kind of want to shut their brains off. And although you might say like, oh no, dude, I love learning about new stuff every day. I want to learn how this stuff, like it's fun to learn new whatevers. I do agree. I think it's fun too, but I sort of like, I do empathize and understand why some players are like, dude, come on, man. I just want to roll dice, see numbers and get fat loots. Like, okay. I respect that, or at least I understand where they're coming from with that. You know what I mean? I get it. I think about D&D, but I think once a player is more invested in D&D as a whole, they'll just be motivated to learn and remember stuff. Are they actually experienced players who use D&D Beyond, or is it mainly a newbie thing? It's a combination. You know, not to be disrespectful to my players. Sometimes they, like, two of them who have recently started playing, recently within the last 3 years, about 3 years now, I think, maybe about 2.5 years. Let's say 3 years, and they still run into every once in a while. They don't know how a check or whatever works. So I would consider them experienced, you know, and they run into that problem still as well. So it's not this like super uncommon thing. So, you know, but then I've also played with players that have been playing for 3 weeks and have read the books cover to cover and know exactly about what every rule and every whatever is, and suddenly they're the giga brains and they know more about the game than you do. It's like, oh shit, okay, we got ourselves a gamer. We got one. I smell the Mountain Dew and Cheetos already. They're a gamer. It's convenient. Yeah, the question at the start, Nix, was, does D&D Beyond make your players over reliant on it for like things that are not necessarily like part of D&D Beyond? Like, let's say I tell you to add 5 to your persuasion check and you don't know how to do that, which was a meme but also did happen. So imagine more experience equals D&D Beyond as a tool instead of a crutch. Yeah, you'd think that's intuitive, definitely, but I think that a lot of players with D&D Beyond, it's like the mechanics of the game, and I wonder if this is more of a theoretical problem with D&D, where the mechanics of the game become an interruption for them, right? It's like eating a good piece of cake. And with that, I've resummoned Ashy. It's like eating a good piece of cake. The frosting is the best part, but the cake is necessary to balance it, right? You don't just want to eat a cake, a slab of frosting. You want there to be a balance between cake and frosting. Otherwise, you're just otherwise it doesn't, you know, it's not good. Right? It's the acid and the sweet, the salty and the whatever, you know, the mixture of things. So like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, you as the player, you want to win, right? Yeah, I want to win. What does winning look like? I roll the dice, boom, I win. And it's like, you win, man, you win. But the problem is, unless there's some system in place that dictates that you win, you're just sitting at the table with your friends, and it's summer and hot, and so you decide to move to your bed because it's late, you don't want to make noise, so you all get under your bed with the boys, and you take your shirts off because it's fucking hot and it's sweaty and sticky, and you're all like in there together. Okay, maybe your experience is different than mine in high school, but regardless, you're sitting there with your friends, you're all playing D&D, and you're like, your friend James is like, I'm gonna attack the boss, and you're like, you attack the boss successfully. Great. Oh yeah, okay. The boss attacks you. Okay, it misses. Yeah, that's right, it misses. I'm the baddest. And you're like, yeah, you are. What do you do, Sarah? I attack the boss too. Great, you kill the boss. You guys all win. Like, there's no, you know what I mean? It's like the rules are necessary. Learning the rules are necessary, but a lot of players view the rules as like, oh, God, I have to roll and whatever and learn the whatever, my modifier and this and that. Why can't I just roll the D20, see the big number, and like, you know, be excited? So it's one of those things where it's like, you think you just want to avoid the rules, you think you don't like the rules, you think they're an interruption to your gameplay and being awesome, but it's the only thing that adds meaning or flavor to your game, is the fact that there's rules that you're overcoming and playing within, and you know what I mean? So it's going to a weird place. What do you mean? All my stories about me playing games with the boys in high school all end with it being hot and us on my bed shirtless. Every last one of them. This isn't new. What are you talking about? I have so many friends who scrape off the frosting and I always scream when they do it. That's unfortunate. That makes me mad. Listen, as a professional fat guy, that's atrocious. That makes me upset. They're very reliant on the tool and stop thinking for themselves. Yeah. I don't like it tastes bad. I don't like you. God damn. Let's not get aggressive here, all right? Like, you're right, but we don't have to say it out loud, Koi. Like, come on. Jeez. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it. What the fuck? This frosting is serious business. It is, though. It is. Dude, did you know that Crave sells frosting in the grocery store now? You can get Crave cupcakes mix at the grocery store. You get Crave cupcake mix, cake mix at the grocery store, and in the frozen section you can get tubs of Crave cupcake frosting. It's a cupcake place that opened up when Fish Bacon and I were in art school together. I remember that it opened up like close by or whatever, and somebody came to class one day with like armfuls of cupcakes, and we all got fat that day, and it was dope. But yeah, you can buy the cake mix in grocery stores in Alberta now. I think it's all over Alberta, and you can buy the frosting in a tub. I haven't bought it yet because, you know, Crave's fucking expensive, right? And, you know, right? But I want to, and I think I might actually at some point in time. For real though. Evil Temptress. Look, I'm not. Why do I keep picking up my other pen when I mean to grab my Cintiq pen? This is a bad time waiting to happen if I ever fuck that up. It is serious business. And it's upsetting too. Couldn't care less how other people eat their food. Damn, dude. Damn. You really gonna sit by there if one of your boys and you are eating some ramen, you're in the middle of Akiba and you go to like an overpriced ramen chain in the back streets, you know, by like Kotobukiya and all that, and you go to get some ramen with your boy, and your boy's just like, oh, I don't like chashu, homie. Yeah, I'm not a chashu enjoyer. They take their chashu pork, they put it on the side. Disgusting. Friendship ruining. Value destroying. Not eating your chashu pork. Fuck out of here with that shit. Mojo knows. Calyx Crave? No, that's a fucking American thing, I think. No, Crave is a cupcake company in Alberta. When Ella and I got married, we got Crave cupcakes for our wedding. Because I didn't want to do a wedding cake and then have to like worry about people. So when Ella and I when Ella and I did our wedding, we got our wedding cake done by Crave, which is dope. It was fucking amazing for a Crave cake. And then we got then they catered with cupcakes. So then we ordered like 200 cupcakes. Now the thing is, there was a lot of old people at our wedding, and we had about 100 and I think we got 150 cupcakes. 150 cupcakes. And then we had almost 100 people. It was a very small wedding. So we had more cupcakes than we needed because we knew we had some extras, but we also knew that we invited a bunch of our friends, and our friends were a bunch of hungry, fat 20-year-old gamers, so we figured they're going to eat more than one cupcake, and that's fine. We also figured people would want a different selection. We did not realize how many cupcakes we'd have left over. We gave a bunch of cupcakes to our friends who stayed late at the wedding, and then when we left that night to go back home, we had like most of our wedding cake, because the wedding cake we split with us in the bridal party, right? Up at the front, and then everybody else got grabbed cupcakes. So we had half of our wedding cake left. Actually, more than that, because a lot of the bridal party wanted a flavored cupcake, so we just got a vanilla wedding cake, right? So we come home with this like wedding cake and like 40 cupcakes, stick them in the fridge. The next morning, man, the morning after our wedding, I like waddle downstairs. I open up the fridge in my underwear, grab a fucking box of cupcakes, grab a bottle of champagne, just like uncork it, because we bought a lot of champagne, right? And I waddle back up to bed, and I like lay down. Ella wakes up, she's like, oh god, what are you doing up so early? I'm like, champagne and cupcakes, my wife. And she's like, yes please, yes please. So we just sat there eating fucking like coconut cupcakes and shit whilst drinking straight from a bottle of champagne and watching Star Wars on our TV in our bed the morning after our wedding. And then Ella spent another hour taking off the rest of her makeup that she thought she got it all off the previous night, but you know how wedding makeup works. So after that and our, sorry, quote unquote breakfast, we played World of Warcraft for the rest of the day. It was dope. I was so sick of cupcakes by the end of that week. I had eaten 2 cupcakes per day. 2 big, like 900 calorie cupcakes per day. I was so fucking sick of cupcakes. And now all I can think about is going to buy their frosting from the grocery store. God damn it. You can take the fat off the fat kid, but you can't take the fat kid off the fat. Wait. You know what I mean? Yeah, we was nice to have different flavor options, so. It was kind of bougie, guapo, I'll admit. There wasn't any part of my cake left, so that sounds awesome. Yeah, it was. We kept the cake in the freezer for a while, just like taking a slice here and there. We didn't want to do that thing where like couples keep like a slice of frozen cake in their freezer for a year, and then they have like the last slice of their wedding cake, like, or like some couples do, like I don't know how you do this, but they keep their wedding cake frozen for years, and every year anniversary they take like they eat a slice of their wedding cake. Bro, that sounds nasty to me. All right, that cake was gone out of the freezer in 2 weeks, and that was pushing it. Okay. It's only the best day ever. It was pretty good. I definitely thoroughly enjoyed the day after our wedding. Because for one, I just wanted to get married and get it over with. Elle and I could have waited and had a more luxurious, fancy, adult, whatever wedding. You know, with fucking important things and whatever. And we didn't have a shitty little wedding by any stretch of the imagination. We had a decent one, but it wasn't the one. It wasn't like whatever. I mean, you don't have your perfect wedding unless you're completely paying for it and everything, and you're older and whatever. But we wanted to be married for longer. We wanted to have a long anniversary, so we got married as early as we could, really. Ella was 22 or 23, and I was 23 or 24, somewhere around there. Just so we could sit brag for having long wedding anniversaries. That was the entire reason. But I enjoyed the day after so much more. I think we played D&D the next day as well. I don't remember what day of the week it was. Because it was all done and over with. Didn't have to fucking think about it anymore. Didn't have to, like, force the social, as it were. What events always end with a caption or crap ton of leftover food? Ours, yeah, I don't know what happened with our leftover food, because we actually got our catering and our venue was actually extraordinarily reasonably priced, because our venue was at a golf course, a very prestigious golf course in the city. Very, very prestigious. And we got it because it was going to be like boulders of gold expensive. But a couple things lined up where Ella's dad, before he passed, was a member at that golf club for a long time. So a lot of people in management and whatnot knew him, loved him, knew Ella. Because Ella was also a junior pro. People don't know about Ella. She was a junior pro golf athlete. And she like got scholarship offers and shit at schools in the US and whatever. And so she was a sponsored junior pro at that course as well. So she also worked at it while our dad was a member in the back shop, and then was a sponsored pro there. And so she also knew everybody. And they were like, hey, you know, the guy who's in charge of like food and beverage and all that stuff was like a bit like really liked Ella, and you know, they got on really well. And he was like, hey, I know you guys need a venue for your wedding. If you want to have it here, and we can whatever, like take some photos for like some shit, like I don't know, marketing or some shit. Give you a good rate. And that was fucking dope. So all of our guests were so thoroughly impressed. They're like, oh, wow, expensive, prestigious, luxury country club and golf. Ooh, wow, Evan and Ella. They're so refined. Skamazed. Little did they know I was a rank 14 Grand Marshal in World of Warcraft. They thought I fit into decent society. They had no idea the family I came from or the amount of Dungeons and Dragons I played. We had quite the wedding, man. I did all the graphic design stuff, and I made our wedding invitations modeled after a Final Fantasy game. I made it like, you know, like old Final Fantasy boxes with like the gradient sort of like logo and whatnot. I wonder if I have the invitation. I can just blur out Ella's name. I was very proud of it. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Nope. I wonder if I have it somewhere. No, I don't think so. I think all of that, the weddings, like graphic design stuff that I did is on. I think it's all on a hard drive and Google Drive and stuff. Well, rip. The only wedding related shit I have on here is all the embarrassing photos of Ella and I when we were fucking teenagers that they made a slideshow of. Like, bro, what the fuck is this? It's my wedding, all right? I'm trying to like seem like a decent fucking addition to my wife's family because all of her family showed up. I was only related to 2 people. Only 2 blood relatives in my family were there, and that was my dad and my brother. So I'm like really trying to sell myself to this family, and this is the kind of shit that's in the slideshow. Oh god, I didn't make it. I didn't make the slideshow. It wasn't my responsibility. That's like the only photo in here that's just of me. Most of it is of Ella and I, or her when she was young. Because Ella and I have been like we've been friends since we were like 14 or some shit. So like all these photos, man, they're all of us when we were like young. Well, that sucks. The wedding invitation I was really proud of, and a lot of our like branding and stuff. That's fucking lame, but whatever, dog. I'm out of water, man, and electrolyte. I'm gonna go get another water and electrolyte. What memories to have? Yeah, it was a long time ago, but it was glad we talked about getting married older. Glad we didn't, you know. All right, I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back. second bottle of Pure Life natural spring water. Mineral salt content 97 ppm, fluoride ion 0 ppm, ozonated. Corporate. What's up, Thorkin? Good, homie. Was chilling, bro. How fares the Broshan? Oh, great ruler of it, Brosidon. I just need to get the baseline working here, and then we can kill the delete sketch here. Just need the base in. That's all. What's your favorite name brand water? Ooh. I don't want to say. I don't want to get, you know. Guapo already thinks I'm bougie because of my bed cupcakes. I don't want to, you know. It's like, you know, when you have a streamer and they're your favorite streamer on Twitch. Like, remember, you know, when XQC got his 100 million detail and they're like, dude, you wear Rolexes now. You change. You got a McLaren. I don't want people to think that, like, my status and my fame has gone to my head. So I gotta like find a humble answer for that. Because the real answer is Voss. I'm a Voss bitch. All right. I'm a Voss bitch. Yep. And say what you will. You can shame me if you want to. But I'm a Voss bitch. And you know what? I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to apologize for being me anymore. I'm, I don't know. I don't really care all that much. I'm not a big fan of Fiji. Between all the other ones, Dasani, Aquafina, Nestle, Kirkland, whatever, I don't really care. I'll be honest. Good based, is it? Is it? Can I give you an actual weeb answer? Oh my god. Can I embarrass? Okay. You know what my real answer is? Oh god, I'm gonna get fucking... The real answer is the best bottled water I've ever had is Asahi. I know. Oh wow, Evan, you're so cool. You've been in Japan a lot. That your favorite bread is from a Japanese vending machine. Oh, you're so fucking cultured. I know how come on, I can't say it. Between Fiji and Waiakia. What the fuck is that? Some fucking freedom water you guys have in America? What the hell is that, dude? Wait, what? Oops. Not lorem ipsum. Not today. That's the only part that shows here? I think that is actually. I think we might have won. I don't know. Does soda preferences have anything to do with water preferences? Does that line up, Viddy? What's your favorite soda brand? Or individual soda? I think I'm unfortunately a root beer enjoyer now. I think I'm an who makes A&W root beer? I think it's my thing now, you know? Who makes that?
I gotta do some research here, bro. I gotta do some investigations. Sounds Hawaii. It does sound Hawaiian. I was wondering. Just like I make people think that I'm cultured by having been to Japan many times in my youth, Vidi does the same thing, but for Hawaii. He goes as far as pronouncing it Hawaii. He's never referred to his wife as his family, but only as his ohana. Just so people know. Oh wow, this sounds like he's been to Hawaii before. Ooh, wow. I bet he's very successful. Freedom Water, I don't know, it's an American brand, right? I'm good, Thorkin, man. I'm chilling, bro. Thorkin, I didn't get your opinion on this. I want you to weigh in on this. A little while ago, maybe a half hour, we were talking about this. One sec. What's your opinion? Do you think that D&D Beyond and online tools make players too reliant on it? What do you think? What's that? It seems like some people think it does, and there's a couple opinions that it doesn't. I don't know. In a way, your taste in water probably depends on what your body needs in alkalinity or pH. So it's likely people who like certain kinds of soda prefer certain waters. Really? Does it work that way? That's some fucking biotech shit or whatever. I don't know. That sounds legit. During pregnancy, I craved sand, and the silica in Fiji water really helped. Really? Is that a thing? Damn. Okay. All right. Learn new things. It's called Pika, and it's in a thing. Really? NW is currently made by Kruger, Dr. Pepper Snap Group. Well, Dr. Pepper is my second favorite. Apparently, it's on the rise now. Even outside of Texas, apparently Dr. Pepper is on a positive gain in America. That's impressive, bro. It's like the remember when the French Bulldog overtook the Black Lab as America's most common dog breed. Big Barks fan, but I still enjoy the other brands. Barks. If we start talking about root beer too much, we're gonna summon Cobalt. Root beer, I am a deep fan of root beer. I'm an enjoyer. All right, I like it. I like spices. I like those. I like mulled spices and things like that. So root beer I like for different reasons. Also, Mojo, I do agree. I enjoy the others for different reasons. Sometimes you want, you feel you're like, what I haven't had in a while, a good mug, like a good mug root beer. I think sometimes I want Barks. I don't know if you're old enough, Mojo, to remember the "What do you mean Barks has bite" commercials. Probably not, but I don't know. So I do like the bite of Barks. Mug is good. Sometimes it's too sweet, but like a good mug root beer and a hot dog, man, it hits. It hits. But I've just found that there's something in the sugar, like the cane sugary taste that you get in A&W, that I've really been digging recently. Also, I'm trying to avoid caffeine in all entirety, except for a very intentional burst of caffeine right around stream on days that I work really hard at the gym. So I do like that I can enjoy an A&W root beer sans caffeine, but the thing that I really enjoy is I love the pretentious fancy root beers. When you go to the grocery store and they're the bottles that are like $3 a bottle or whatever for the glass bottle. Like I can't think of any of the big I don't know, like Dads and those kind of brands that are harder to find that are the fancy root beers or sarsaparillas or whatever. I like those. Though that's good shit. I like trying them because they're all different, man. They're all different. I like that about them. There's something to explore, you know? I had an amazing root beer from a local soda company here that I found at the grocery store, and it was one of the tall cans, and it was 90 calories. So it was less sugar, or no, sorry, it was 110 calories for a tall can. Whereas like a regular size can of any soda is 170 calories. So I was like, you mean I can get a tall can for 90 calories of good, amazing craft 5-ingredient root beer? Like, sign me up, bro. And I happily got the root beer, and Ella happily got the cherry cola, and we were drinking it that night. We were like, fuck, dude, this is sick. Only then when I returned to the grocery store to investigate the brand did I realize they were $5 a can. Okay, well, I'm not getting that again. So, but yeah, I'm a root beer fan. I don't know. Yes, I do believe some players, like my IRL players, would have no idea how to play otherwise. But I think if someone is honestly into the hobby, they learn anything like I did, it might not remember some small expectations, but I'm pretty confident in my D&D knowledge. That's fair. But for new players, it can be. Maybe I should clarify that question for new players. Then, Don't you also make 7-Up? See, I'm not a 7-Up enjoyer. I'm a Sprite enjoyer. Fuck 7-Up. It's too sweet. It's just like Pepsi. My problems with Dr. Pepper, or sorry, with 7-Up and Pepsi are the same. They're like Sprite and Coke, but too sweet. And not, like, bitey enough. And mug. Like, I like how Barks, Coke, and Sprite are all bitier and whatever. I can't describe it. But Schweppes, RC, Big Red, what's IBC? What the fuck are these? Canada Dry isn't Canadian? I think it originally was. I'm pretty sure America bought it. I think we traded you guys Canada Dry and Jim Carrey, and you guys gave us another 50 years of no invasion. I think that's wasn't that the deal, Atari? You listen, hey, you're the Marine, you know this shit. I don't know what kind of plans you guys got for fucking going up the river or whatever. The fancy ones every once in a while. Yeah, they're good, dude. I only drink diet. So me too now. I typically only ever drink diet sodas, but once in a while I like going to the grocery store and finding a pretentious fancy soda. I try and avoid sodas more just because it's not good for my like sugar cravings, sweet things in general. But it saves me sometimes, man. Sometimes you just want a fucking root beer, dog. And there's Diet A&W waiting for you, and it's pretty legit. It's got Canada in the name, so just consider it Canadian. Please do. Stewart's, Hanks, Breachers, and Boots are all the fancy glass bottles I know. Really? Again, Cobalt would know more about this. I saw Cobalt in chat. I didn't read what Cobalt said, though. I'm sorry. I was fucking monologuing about something nobody cared about. I've been lurking and listening. Okay, all right. Well, yeah. Cobalt's got root beer. Cobalt and I have talked extensively about root beer. We've had discussions in Discord after Cobalt's boys have gone to bed before discussing root beers. So Cobalt's got opinions about these things. I've got opinions about these things. Nothing like just sitting around playing a text-based RPG, drinking a fucking root beer, man. You know? So funny you can find one that actually has sarsaparilla root in it, which is really rare, hey? There's this there's an event called the Calgary Stampede every year. Okay? And it's this big outdoor fair and whatever, and rodeo and chuck wagon races. It's so cowboy. The entire city turns into blue jeans, plaid, cowboy boots, and cowboy hats. It's totally a West rancher culture, farming lands festival thing we have in Calgary. And one of the reasons why I like to go, if I ever get tickets for free, because you get them for free. If you live here, you get tickets for free for all sorts of dumb shit, is because they have these like root beer stands that I dream about. Calgary Stampede. I wonder if I just look it up. Root beer. I think about it. They're these big stands like that they roll around the park with some fucking brand of whatever local root beer. And it's like a sarsaparilla root whatever root beer. Like actual, you know, I don't know. But you can only get it at the Calgary Stampede. Only place I've ever seen it. And I haven't had it in years. And I was thinking last year, do I want to go to this terrible event of busyness and heat and drunk girls? Or do I want to sit at home and not get the root beer? This year I might go. I don't know. I might go especially for root beer. We do have plans for invading Canada. They're like 250 years old, but they're still around on a shelf somewhere in the Pentagon. They're in like a, you know, those like precious memories photo albums. Yeah, something like that, you know. Good old faithful or whatever. You do have plans for invading Canada, that's right. Pretty good ones too, if you ask me. It'd be pretty easy. Best root beer I've had was always from A&W in the middle of nowhere in a glass frosted mug. Who knows if it actually makes it in the store, but it was the best. Yeah, the frosty mug and the no ice definitely helps A&W's case for root beer. I will admit, frosted mug, no ice does do things to it. It changes the brain chemistry. But like, I did buy, so I do have like some real soda in the house. Because around my birthday in April, Ella and I found this candy store in Calgary. We went into, you know, to go to the mall and do some stuff for my birthday. And we found this candy store we stopped at. And they had this like imported sodas section of like fancy expensive sodas. And it was like $25 or whatever for a case of 12. But I did find and do own the majority of a full case of Taco Bell exclusive Mountain Dew Baja Blast. And I've had like 3 of them because late April was around when I started my cut, and I can't ever justify 170 calories on a soda right now. But it's like my savings account. I know it's there. I feel better than knowing it's there. It's like my safety soda blanket. So I did find actual Baja Blast. But you guys get way more interesting sodas in America, so it's like a treat when we find something here or whatever. I don't think there's any Canadian only soda brands that I can think of. Canadian only sodas. So we do have a couple of crush flavors that are Canadian only. Jones is America. You guys have Jones in America, right? That's not just Canadian. Is there anything else? Oh, apparently Canadian A&W root beer is different. Canada Dry seasonal flavors like cranberry ginger ale at Christmas. Yeah, I think that's Canadian only. Blackberry ginger ale during the summer. That's true. But it's ginger ale. Nobody cares about ginger ale. Think we have Jones? Yeah, I don't think there's anything Canadian. Ooh, whoops. Canadian versus American A&W soda. Oh, wait. Canadian and American A&W is just completely different. They're like different companies. Canadian A&W spun off from American A&W in the 1970s. Oh. Well, they had similar branding for a long time, such as the root beer mascot. Their menus are completely different. I've never been into A&W in the US, but friends who have gone to both said the ones in the US were just depressing and low quality. A&W in Canada generally caters towards baby boomers with nostalgia. Until about 5 years ago, they were catering more to millennials. That's true. They used to do like the sort of vintage diner things. Price has gone up a lot in the last 5 years. True. First major chain to test the Beyond Meat burger. I've never fucking tried one because I'm not a communist. Yeah, okay, so apparently Canadian and American A&W are like completely different. Not just the root beer. Okay, interesting. I knew they were different. Because I never understood why people said that A&W is so bad in the US. I thought that it was just like bad quality, and like I didn't realize they're like different fucking companies or whatever now. Canadian only sodas, I know that ketchup chips are Canadian exclusive. Yeah. There's a bunch of like chips and snacks, but two guys shaking hands in their favorite memory books. Our first Louisiana purchase. Oh god. Probably in a museum case down one of the hallways. Actually, probably you're right about that. That'd be cool to see. I got a Who Asked thing I wanted to share. All right. The other day, I went to the restaurant with my family and got the most basic salad with no dressing. I know no one asked, but super proud of myself for that one. I usually take some super high calorie stuff anyway. You can Who Asked me now. Congratulations, Thorkin. You're making choices. Getting fit. Getting thick. In the right places. Good shit, man. It's hard to, that's hard to do. It's hard to start. Proud of you. We do have Jones in the US? Okay, yeah. I don't know Canadian sodas, but I do know that Canada has ice wine, and it's so expensive here in the States. My mom brings back case whenever she goes up. Ice wine. I mean, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. I never feel like ice wine is worth the price. I never feel like it's worth the price, man. That shit's expensive. For the small, little, pretentiously thin bottles. Like, if you've never tried it and you're in Canada, you're like, you have to. This isn't ice wine isn't a Canadian thing, by the way. Ice wine is a Ontario thing. Like, we don't make ice wine in the prairies or the mountains or the West Coast. Right, the Okanagan region vineyards for West Coast Canadian wine don't get cold enough to make ice wine. That's an Ontario only thing. How much is in the West? It's a lot. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's always like considered kind of like it's not local, so it's always a bit like of a ooh, such a luxury, you know? Wow, you're so cultured. You have ice wine for dessert. For an aperitif. No, I don't know. It's I guess. I just always feel like I probably don't represent the Canadian perspective. I don't know, maybe I do. But I've never heard anyone Canadian be very impressed with ice wine. But that's also just where I live too. It's probably more expensive and from Ontario. And nothing good comes from Ontario except for hockey. Oh wait. Too soon? I'm sorry. No, I don't know. It's yeah, it's cool to try once, you know, or once or twice. Once in a while, it's a cool little treat, but I don't know, it's not really something that Canadians, I guess, think of all that often. I don't know. $50 US for 375 milliliter bottle. So we found in Canada for 20. Yeah, I think it's similar here in the West, in West Coast Canada. I think it's also like 40 something dollars. I think it's like 40 or 50 Canadian though, so it's not as expensive as it is in the US, but still. This campaign I'm in, I need to homebrew a world. The Forgotten Realms with so much shit going on. What is your main vibe you want in your brand new Forgotten Realms discarding homebrew world, Cowgirl? What's the key thing that you want to do differently than D&D or any fantasy? What do you think is the coolest thing about your ideas, if you have any, for a brand new world? Because that to me is always one of the coolest things to talk about. What's the big difference, the big cool factor thing that makes your campaign, your world so different than put ice in your wine, stealing the shit out of your house? No, ice wine is it's as far as I know, it's when the grapes get frozen and the sugar, something changes in the sugar, and they like basically kind of like turn into like a sugar syrup they make wine from, as opposed to like grape juices from the vineyard. So it's expensive because you don't get a lot of it. You only get like a couple of drops of the like sugary grape syrup from each grape, as opposed to the full juice, because the water all freezes out or dries off because it's frozen and evaporates and shit and whatever. That's what ice wine is. Campaign is a traveling magic circus going around Faerun. The new world will be more politically focused. Country X invades country Y for resources instead of magic apocalypse number 367. That's cool. That's a great way to introduce your players into a world, I think. If you have some sort of like conflict going on that your players can kind of like understand and parse through. And it's also a great way to unify your players, because if you say to your players, for instance, like, oh, you're all, you know, adventurers or part of this group or whatever from this country, and you're being invaded right now by this big evil whatever, you know, that's a cool way to kind of get your players like introduced and on the same value chain. I've done stuff like that in the past and it's always worked out really well. So yeah, it sounds like a great opportunity, or a great reason to start, I don't know, telling more intricate stories than just like liches and I don't know, wannabe gods or whatever. I also don't like wine because it's too sweet and I'm very sensitive to tannins. So all the taste is tannins and sugar. Oh, really? I mean, that's fair. Like that's fair and real and legit. Yeah, I'm not a huge wine drinker either. The reason I've never like really gotten into wine all that much is because it doesn't keep. So like if I buy a bottle of bourbon or scotch or rum or whatever, you buy a bottle for $60 and you can enjoy it and particularly learn about it, right? Like when I was in my early 20s and I started drinking and getting into whiskeys and things like that, it was nice because I could go out and I could buy a $60 bottle of scotch, and I could buy a $40 bottle of scotch, and I could buy a $100 bottle of bourbon, and I could try them together. So it's like you drink the first one, you might forget because you're like kind of new to it, and you're like, oh, what's that taste like, or what's that like, what's the difference between these two? And then you can like try them together and be like, oh, so this is what you know, a Speyside versus an Isla Scotch or whatever is like, or whatever, you know, or like here's this bourbon and here's that bourbon, and here's what this age statement means, and here's what this, like, here's the rye blend, and you can learn about it, right? Because you can try it, you keep it for a long time. Wine was always different for me because I would drink it and it's like, ah yes, red wine, ah yes, that is a Chardonnay, wondrous, you know, ah Malbec, Argentinian, how delightful. But because I couldn't try it next to another wine, I never developed a really like an understanding of the nuances that people really like about wine. Because you buy a good bottle and you spend $40 Canadian, $30 US on a good bottle of wine. It's like you drink it, and you're not going to buy 3 bottles and then keep them and then drink them as a taste. Like, you're just not going to do that, you know? So never really got an opportunity to learn that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm not the biggest wine drinker. I do like it. I enjoy it. I used to when I was able to actually drink it, because I haven't been able to drink wine and fucking or any alcohol because of my stomach in 4 or 5 years now. But I used to enjoy it with like meals and stuff paired. I used to make like steaks for Elle and I, and then pick out like a bourbon or something that would go with it or whatever. Like the thing that I used to really love doing is making drinks and stuff. I have a huge bar for mixing. And like, don't forget, I'm not a drinker. Like even when I was able to, I never been drunk in my life. I just liked, you know, like sort of the tiki cocktail era of Americana and like that whole like mixology thing. I'm the pretentious guy with the fancy glass and the long spoon. putting like smoked wood chips and shit in his drinks. Like I liked all that. It was fun. It's fun learning about it. It was fun buying new stuff and trying new things. I used to make drinks for our D&D campaign. So like I would make drinks after characters and after things. So like Ella's favorite cocktails that I've made from our D&D game is one, the Ella Blackwood, which is an apple brandy, bourbon, amaretto, spiced and citrus cocktail. And then her second favorite, maybe her favorite though, I don't know, is Old Galen's Island Grog. Let me tell you about Old Galen's Island Grog, man. Old Galen's Island Grog is such a good drink. It's rum, it's spicy, it's got ooh, man. That's the one I miss the most. I don't know. I just want to concentrated syrup from frozen grapes, but the important aspect is it also releases the sweet aspect from the tannins from the vines and the skin of the grapes. Yes, that's true. I forgot about that. You're right about that. Current Circus campaign is by the books, Forgotten Realms. I do like the way it's a tour, so you can get a lot of variety. Thinking of Avernus or Warlock is Aasimar. Engage large on the way. Yeah, I don't know. I think a politically charged game would be a nice break for your players, definitely, Cavro. I work on finishing my Avernus on Wheels campaign. It's a steampunk Wild West. That's cool. Nice Pinot or some dark chocolate. I'm set. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been able to actually, since my stomach has been able to have anything to drink without wanting to kill me, literally. So it'll be a while yet soon, but one day I will return to being able to drink alcohol and eating spicy foods and garlic. One day, dog. One day. Your favorite cocktail? Mine's a good espresso martini. I'm a big fan of. So I love the whole tiki era of cocktails, the absurdity and the intricacy. So I really love things like, you know, the whole like pearl divers and painkillers, and that entire era of fancy juices and fancy rums and whatever cocktails. I love all that stuff. It's hard to pick one in there. But as far as like more traditional cocktails, I'm really boring, but I'm okay with it. Where I'm a big fan of a very spirit first or a very spirit forward old fashioned. I think that seasoning like a good like a good bourbon or a good rye or a good, you can make old fashions out of anything. I think they particularly do really well with rum as well. But like a good bourbon, rye, or rum or something old fashioned is like probably where I'm happiest. Like a good spirit that you're not, you know, because there's a lot of difference and nuances and intricacies within cocktails. So I think you either go all the way into something as like that's ridiculous and absurd and a complete like mixology recipe, like these like tiki cocktails of crazy shit, or you keep it very simple. Because, you know, if you're drinking an old fashioned, you can tell the difference between a good bourbon and, you know, a not so great like Canadian whiskey or whatever it is. And so I like that about it too. But I don't know. Espresso martini's good. I'm not a big coffee fan, but that's a classy one. A good spirits going distillery tours. Went to one wine tasting. Decided it wasn't worth it to let them learn nuances beyond colors and names. It's fun, but yeah, it's a lot more. It's just more expensive, I think, in my opinion. But good luck, Mo. Glad to stop by a bit. Hope Ella's appointment next week goes well. Yes, thank you. I'm sure it will. She's good. She's tough, so it's gonna be good. But it was good chilling with you, Mojo. I'm always deeply honored when you stop by the stream. So go enjoy your day. Soju is dangerous and cheap, so sweet you don't notice you're on the floor. Soju? Sweet? I guess if you're having flavored sojus, yeah. The soju that like because I have a ton, like I grew up around the Korean kids. So I've had more soju in my time than I care to fucking brag about. But never really the like sweet like flavored sojus. Usually always just like soju and Cass beer mixed together with a squeeze of lemon and an aggressive slightly older than me Korean Nuna force feeding me soju and convincing me to try and sing duets of SNSD songs with her while she does her absolute best to not let her entire fucking modesty fall out over the next 3 hours of eating dried squid and poorly sung drunken Korean karaoke. I also avoid mentioning it, but I am a big sake snob. Whenever Ella and I would go to Japan, we'd probably bring back like $200 or $300 worth of good sake, because like the stuff you get here it's not good for, you know, like I didn't like sake when I first tried it when I was like in my like early 20s, where I'd like really been going to Japan and able to drink and whatnot. I was like, it's kind of like gross vodka, whatever. I didn't realize that the sake we get here is what they call cup sake in Japan, where you get it from a grocery or a convenience store and you pull back the fucking lid and it's like $2 and it's like cup sake. It's whatever. It's just, you know, when I started going to places and buying regional sake there, and you'd buy a bottle that's 70 or 80 or 7 or 8,000 yen, so about $70 or $80, and it's like, oh, this is different. Like the first time there's different sort of grades of rice polish. So my favorite sake is called a Junmai Daiginjo or a Jumai Ginjo. One of the, like either one are really good, and they're really expensive because they polish the rice down a lot, and it's really pure and good, and they get really fucking good spring water and shit. The first time you like have that, you're like, oh wait, this is different. It doesn't have any bite, no alcohol, no like it's good shit, man. So but then when you're like this fat weeb kid that talks about how much you love like fancy sake, everyone rolls their eyes because you're a weeb, as they should. So I just don't talk about it all that often, but no, I really do love that. Soju's good too. That soju has a little bit less nuance, but it's functional. Already talks about flavored soju. No one ever talks about Jinro 23. I literally have a bottle of Jinro 23 in my fridge. Like you who are we trying to fool here? Like I have Jinro in my fridge downstairs, the big fucking ugly label. All right, I have. I know, man. I know Jinro. We've been well acquainted with that green ass bottle. Can't confirm I've seen plenty of people drink too much soju. One of them was a Korean 3-star general. That's awesome. That's fucking hilarious. All the original unflavored soju I have has been pretty sweet too. Sweet? Really? Soju sweet? What? Really? Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't know what you guys are on about. Regular ass soju being really sweet. Maybe Viddy can correct me here, but I don't. Kind of fucking soju I've been drinking isn't particularly sweet. It's a little sweet, but. Same Korean 3-star general was singing karaoke, but that's a different story. Yeah, they loose, man. They go crazy. That's why I always refer to my friend Rio as Nuna. Because she drunkenly demanded that I start doing as such. We're sitting there fucking at karaoke. And she just like leans over and she's like wobbling. She's like, why aren't we closer? I'm like, I don't know what you mean. We're great friends. She's like, why don't you ever call me Nuna? Like, what? Do you not respect me? I'm like, I'm not Korean. That's why I don't call you Nuna, which is younger men will call older women like older sisters, like Nuna. It's kind of like Ani, Nuna, Oppa, Hyung. Those are all terms of like status and whatnot. She's like, why don't you ever call me like Nuna? Like, what do I have to do to gain your respect? And I'm like, I'm not Korean. I'm not gonna. She's like, I don't care. And she like started to tear up, and I was like, okay, Jesus Christ. And she forgot about that conversation completely. So then the next time we hung out, we went for coffee like a week or two later. I'm like, yo, sup, Nuna? And she was like, you're learning Korean? I'm like, no, it's one word. She's like, you called me Nuna. I'm like, you fucking So I just kept doing it out of habit, and it's cute. Makes her happy. It's like when Viddy calls me Hyung. Chinese liquor is the same. The cheap stuff costs less than $300 and a bottle aren't even edible. Yeah, I've never had any good Chinese like wine or anything like that, so I've no basis of what the good stuff tastes like. Can't drink most liquor straight because the flavor is god awful, but soju is pretty much the only one I can. Really? That's so interesting. Can't drink your family history, but I've heard good things about some of my local brews. Well, here's the thing. I mean, there is, so interestingly, the amount of safe alcohol that one can consume per week on average has actually changed over, like there's some really cool research and studies on this, some really cool recent stuff too. I heard about it on a fucking lecture podcast thing from a guy that I listen to a lot about neuro stuff called Andrew Huberman, and he's talking about this, and he said that the basically the functional amount of alcohol one can drink without doing damage to their body was thought to be like, oh, if you have a beer a day, that's like probably okay or whatever, or a drink a day. But it was thought to be actually a lot less than that. And supposedly the most recent long-term studies show that the exact precise amount of alcohol that you can drink per day and still be safe and not do damage is actually exactly 0. So if you're like, I don't want to drink, that's like totally fucking fine. You ain't missing out on much. There's a little bit of culture and history. Like, I like that about Scotch. It's got like a thing, and whiskey and bourbon. It's like you're drinking his. Like, I went to this whiskey tasting once for a distillery called Tomatin, and they had this fucking big old Scottish guy there that was like doing the tasting for us. And he said, he put his hand on my shoulder at one point, and he said, in his heavy fucking thick Scottish accent, he said, "Lad, you either drink for one of 2 reasons in life. You drink to gain something, or you drink to lose something. And make sure you don't pay too much when you're trying to drink for the latter." And I was like, whoa, what do you gain? And he said, history. So when you drink good Scotch, there's a lot that goes into it. A lot of history, a lot of nuance, a lot of whatever. You learn that history, you learn about it, and that you gain something. Don't be drinking good Scotch to lose shit. I was like, damn, bro. Damn. That's true, man. That's some sage advice. I went on to buy many expensive bottles in my time of cognac and rum and Scotch and not drink any of them because I couldn't fucking drink one day randomly. I have a lot still, just chilling downstairs. Dating about 20%. I'm sorry, it's not actual soju. I accept 18, but below that is juice. All right. Yeah. Weight, history. Can I for religious reasons? Oh yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like I know that depending on where you go, like I think drinking is very frowned upon in certain religions and whatever, and within even some religions. Like, it's funny that there are some Slavic countries that within Orthodoxy actually forbid drinking. And it's like, wait, Slavic Orthodoxy forbids drinking? You kind of adjust your glasses and you're like, Slavic Orthodoxy in some places. Have you been to Ukraine? Like okay, I get it. You know. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons. I don't think you're missing out on much though if you don't drink. And certainly if the drinking is a social reason, I think you're not missing out on anything by aligning your sort of self with people that don't require that social lubricant to still have a good night out. Find yourself a good group of homies that you can share a root beer with. And not feel like you need to spend $45 and a night of regret drinking. You ain't missing out on much. You're just chilling. There's always tons of pressure for that shit. Never liked any of it. Alright. Damn, we're actually getting this done. Fuck. I think this beer is coming along so well. I gotta, like, make a new Limerick layer and copy it over so I can fake a fucking process video later. Have you like that in my life? Yeah. Yeah. Definitely when you're younger, too, I think. There's a lot of that. Though, like, to be fair, I'm not a good gauge on a lot of this stuff, because, like, I have never really drank heavily. I don't know what the experience is like. The most I've ever drank in my life was 2 occasions that I felt a little bit different, but not like, definitely not like drunk. And that was me after about 3 or 4 drinks. But like with heavy water and food, because I didn't want to whatever over a couple of hours. And that was in Las Vegas when we were going there for our bachelorette, whatever, pre-wedding fucking Mimi nerd party with our friends. And my friend Jason tried his absolute hardest to get me drunk. And it didn't work. And I think it's because I was like anxious about it. I know that with certain things, I know this is true with like marijuana, that apparently if you are like resisting the effects of it, that your brain can like sort of negate some of it, and that happens like positive or negative. It's like it's along the same circuitry as the placebo effect circuit in your brain. But if you're like really anxious and you don't want to be getting drunk and stuff, and you're not like sort of letting into it, that your body doesn't sort of like, your body kind of keeps it together or some shit. I don't know how it works, but regardless, that might have been what was happening, because whatever. But they fed me a bunch of alcohol there, nothing happened, whatever. I was like pretty chill. The other time that I probably drank very heavily was actually on a cruise to Alaska with my mother-in-law. That was fun. Nothing like drinking tequila with your mother-in-law on a fucking cruise to Alaska. Those are good days, man. Those are good fucking days. Ella's just slumped over a chair, gurgling, while my mother-in-law and I are just clinking fucking Patron. That was cute. But yeah, never really had any big experiences. Never went on crazy benders and stuff. I don't know. Who wants to spend all that money? Like when you're 20 or whatever, you can like get out and drink. Like you're like you're 19, you're fresh, or even worse 18, you're fresh on your ID. Where I live, you can drink at 18, and your friends are like, "Yo, we're gonna go out." And you're like, "Yeah, let's do it." And you go to the bar with your friends and you buy your first beer, and you're like, "Yo, can I get a beer?" And the bartender's like, "Sure, man. Here's your beer. That'll be $7." And you're like, "What?" "Yeah, man, it'll be $7 for this beer." And you're like, "Okay." Tip option, tax included. The beer's $10. You're like, "Okay, this is my beer for the night." You got your fucking mug, and your friends are just like, "Round 2, round 3," and you're like, "That's $10 each time, dog. I'm good." Nah, man. Do you know how many magic cards I could get for a couple rounds? Fuck that, dude. No, I'm done. I'm done, man. I was the designated driver for all my friend groups whenever we go out, and they'd pay for all of my root beers. There's actually a legend of that the Russian princes didn't adopt Islam because Vladimir the Great says drink is a joy of the Rus. It cannot exist without its pleasure. The Slavic blood flows through me. Rosanechia in my heart. Yeah. I don't know, there's a lot of drinking culture. Like not in like my like Ukrainian family, but in a lot of Ukrainian like events and stuff. Drinking is a big part of it. So I don't know, man. I've never heard that about Vladimir though. My life has been drinking heavily with Koreans, Russians, Australians. Australians are happy AF. Russians are bitter AF. Koreans are determined to finish more bottles than you AF. Damn, bro. What was it like to be a Marine in the 90s? Holy shit. The fucking bars you must have seen. God damn. That's pretty wild, I will admit. Will admit, it's beyond my scope. Just so long as the sergeant major doesn't find out. I always I'm always confused about how much like shine, like, okay, so I need to figure out if I'm going to color this in right now or not. Basically, for reflections, I either sketch the reflections in the metal into it through the liner process, or I wait to do that for the color. And it's one of those things where you can't just colorize line work. You have to make that decision like ahead of time. I don't know if I'm probably won't color this piece in just because of time. Probably. So we can probably do a bunch of our reflections and stuff. Yeah, fuck it. We're not gonna waste time coloring it. Any time spent on this beyond the sketch is a waste. You heard me say it. Don't tell Fishy. I just have too many projects, so I can't focus on spend too much time coloring stuff. Even though I thoroughly like to and enjoy the process, I just can't. All right. Okay. Looks good, I think. That's decent.
L underscore. L underscore.
Ah, Jesus.
L underscore.
Oh,
L underscore. L underscore. L underscore.
did you know the Alundis core is a thing?
L underscore. L underscore.
All right.
L underscore.
Thank you,
L
Daria.
underscore.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you for. I haven't had an L underscore in a while. I appreciate that. There's lore about it. There's a lore about the Alundis core. If you search Alundis core, you gotta be. That's my favorite Twitch meme in all the years I've been on Twitch as a viewer, as a streamer since like 2012 or whatever, 2011. Is the L underscore TTS. Maybe see you the couple on Tuesday, I thought. Yeah, but I mean a full spam. A full spam. Like max point spam. It's been a while. Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Hard Spam. Appreciate it. Word advice: never go drinking with Korean ajumas who work in the restaurant or service industry. They never drink, but when they do, it's to drink 5 years worth of repressed social or societal strain. True. True. The ajumas are they're something different, man. They're a whole different breed. The closest I've been to that was watching two middle-aged Japanese women drink themselves under the table while eating yakitori with Ella and I. We went out one night with Ella went to Japan at one point with just her mom while I was doing a work trip and I had to go to Las Vegas for it. Work trip. Las Vegas. And so Ella's mom was like, "Oh, let's go to Japan." Ella's like, "Oh, I don't really want to go anywhere without husband, but you know, fuck it." So they went to Japan for while I was in Las Vegas, and they met up. They got like a tour guide to do this like cool thing, and so they met our friend Naomi through that because she was doing the tour for them. They became good friends, and so when we went back to Japan, we like called Naomi up and we're like, "Yo, you want to get some drinks or whatever?" And Naomi was like, "Fuck yeah, let's go." And so we went to a place called Yakitori Alley, where there's all these, it's under a train track, whatever, and there's all these small yakitori restaurants. And the whole thing is you go there and you order like 2 or 3 things, like a couple skewers from each yakitori restaurant. You get a beer or drink or whatever, and you go to the next one, you go to the next one, you go to the next one. You do that, you like hop around these restaurants. You don't go one place and sit there the entire night. And it's all in like an alleyway, basically. And, you know, you're sitting on like stools with like overturned crates with like wood planks on them or board or whatever that is the table. And you know, so we're eating that fucking yakitori, trying all this crazy shit like chicken cartilage and shit and whatever and hearts and all this garbage. And I proceed to watch Naomi and Miyuki just drink themselves under the fucking table because they got like a new soda or a new sake or a giant beer every single place we went, but I was like getting every other or so, you know. And then after that, after we're eating and drinking and whatnot and chilling, we decided to go to always ends up karaoke. So we go to karaoke, and I I had the best time watching watching these two Japanese women in their 50s, new friends. Well, Miyuki was a new friend, and I was an old friend, singing the theme song to Evangelion, Cruel Angel's Thesis, and other like 90s anime theme songs, just like swaying, just being drunk as shit. So yeah, they were a different beast, man. At that point in time, they were on a different level. It was a night and then some. It was a whole thing, man. It was a endeavor. Poor Ella had too much sake placed in front of her, because she drank some of mine when they ordered it, because I was determined to stay aware, because we were in a different fucking country. So there was that. Man, I've done a lot of weird shit in Tokyo. Had a lot of run-ins and met a lot of people and been to shows and shit. Had a run-in with the Yakuza. That was fun. Had multiple run-ins with the Yakuza in Japan. And you know what? Each time, delightful individuals. Nothing but delightful, polite individuals. Alright? They're great. They're great. Great guys all around. Never had a problem. I've seen some shit in that country, man. I've been to Kabukicho after dark. I've been all around Shinjuku and Shibuya. I've seen that city at its best and at its worst. That's why it's my favorite city in the world, man. You can get a crazy experience every time you go. And you can have, it's like a choose your own adventure. You can have as crazy of an experience as you want, or as safe of an experience as you want, simply by choice or whatever. So, Delightful Dagger. It's a spear, actually, Soja. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, but it's the tip of a spear for a very tall, impressive specimen of fortitude and strength that is known as Runa, the Astral Knight. So, it does always end in karaoke. Ella and I are going to try really hard to go to Tokyo for a little bit next year. We're working really hard this year to save up and stuff, and we're going to try very, very hard to go next year for a couple weeks. And when I do, I am confirmed going to stream. I'm going to stream from Tokyo. It's going to be dope. Though it is tough because a lot of streamers and stuff have ruined and YouTubers have ruined the kind of the, especially, you know, Tokyo impression of YouTubers and streamers. But I'm still going to like stream from Gundam base and from a couple places. I'll take you guys on a little tour of some of my favorite places within the city. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. I'm excited. Isn't really like 5 foot? Yeah. Tall for one of her kind, so. I actually don't remember at all what Fishy said for Runa's height. Even a little bit. I don't remember if she said she was tall and whatever, or if she said she was hilariously comically short. I do not remember. I think I drew her proportionally like she's tall. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure proportionally, yeah. Well, yeah, okay. I drew her fairly tall, but not like unrealistically tall. Like Charlotte looks like she's like 6'5", you know. Runa could sort of pass as whatever. Especially Kyoto had started hitting foreigners because of streamers. No, Kyoto doesn't like the foreigners that are sort of being disrespectful of sort of the either traditional sort of neighborhoods and whatnot and kind of businesses and districts, or the overcrowding of certain sites that are still like religious sites that people across Japan travel to. It's like crowded and touristy. The problem is that a lot of like the obnoxious, loud YouTuber, whatever, streamers fucking around and stuff, that happens in Tokyo. Generally, they're also a little more conservative and reserved in Tokyo. So if you went to a place like Osaka or whatever, they'd probably be more welcoming. If you like had a camera and had to fucking chat on your screen or whatever, they'd probably be like, people in Osaka are just generally a little more open, easier to talk to, and a little bit more, people consider them friendlier in that area of Japan. But I don't think people in Tokyo are necessarily unfriendly. They're just focused. They're very work oriented. They're very focused. Point A to point B, go here, function efficiently, you know, very like public facing image. It's harder to get to know some people, but it's also very generalizations. Even within Japan, people are known or like know that like Osaka is more of a welcoming, friendly city, and so a lot of foreigners prefer Osaka because it's like more accessible for them. People are like more willing to talk to them. But I've never had a problem. I've really never had a problem. The worst incidents I've ever had of like issues in Japan is just it. So I had one guy come up with a camera on me one time and start swearing at me in Japanese, and I was like, what the fuck is, bro, what's your problem? And he was like flipping the camera on him and then me and then him and then me, and I just responded in Japanese. I was like, did I do something? Like, are you upset? And then he like stared at me for another like minute or so. We're like walking down the street in Shibuya, and then he like turns to walk away, and some other guy just like shoves him and said like basically fuck off, and then apologized to me in English. He's like, I don't know, that was weird. I was like, nah, it's cool. This is fucking like that's like the worst thing that I've had experience around that I've had. And then in Tokyo or anywhere you go in Japan, the whole not sitting next to the foreigner on train thing is true. No matter where you go, it's less true in places like Osaka, but in Tokyo that is a complete. It absolutely happens, and it's hilarious. It's whatever. It's not an issue. It's not disrespectful or mean or whatever. It's caution. I don't know what it is exactly, but no, even I've never really had a bad experience in Tokyo. There is a lot of, but it might be different, but like when I first started going to Japan, when we were in our young, like early 20s, so like more than 10 years ago, there was a lot more intrigue, especially outside of Japan, or sorry, outside of Tokyo, where if you went somewhere more rural, like even somewhere that's like pretty popular rural, like Hakone or whatever, people would still like be like, oh shit, what the fuck is a foreigner doing here? But as soon as you open your mouth and you say even 2 words in Japanese, people are delighted to talk to you. It's so endearing. People will move heaven and earth to communicate with you if you're putting in a small amount of effort. My language skill was really bad. I tried to go to the front desk of a ryokan we were staying at in a place called Kinosaki, because so guns in Japan, not common at all. Very not common, right? Super not common. A lot of cops don't, you know. And so we're in this ryokan, and it was a very fancy one, and we started seeing guys in suits on cause usually you go there for a night, sometimes 2. We were there for 4, which is unusual, but we said we were exploring the area and we wanted that as our base, and they were like, oh yeah, cool. Like it was like huh, that's weird, why would you want to stay here more than one night? But okay, sure, you're just treating it like a hotel, great. Like it was just unusual. It wasn't like bad or weird or whatever. So on the second night, or second day, we start seeing these guys around the hotel, like in suits, and I could see that they've got like holsters on underneath their jacket with pistols in them, and I was like, that's weird. And so I just like casually that night, you know, like I walk in and I'm like, and there's a dude standing out front of the ryokan, you know, hands folded, on fucking guard duty, holstered, whatever, like barely, like he like not showing, but like when they move or whatever, you can kind of see it. Like I noticed this, and like I walk by and I like look at him and I give him a little nod and a smile, and he like, you know, gives me a respectful bow, which is like, you know, more than a decent nod, but actually like a, oh, like, you know, whatever. I was like, oh, you know, I return it, and he kind of awkwardly smiles at me, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. So I go to the front desk later that night, and I like walk up, and my language skills weren't great at the time. And I walk up and I say to them in Japanese, I don't know how to ask this, but I'm going to try my best. And the two old guys were like, your Nihongo is very Jozu. Ask away. We'll figure it out together. They were like, Daijoubu, come on. You know, they were like, we'll do it together. Like we'll figure it out. You know? And so I tried to ask them, I'm like, hey, so why are there a bunch of dudes with pistols, guns? Like, I was asking in a nuanced way, is there somebody attending this ryokan that would prefer to have it to themselves? Asking basically, hey, should we take a hint and go find somewhere else to say? And eventually I got that across and sort of the nuance of it. And the guy was like, oh, no. He's like, don't worry about it. He basically said, don't worry about it. You can't I can't really tell you, but it's not an issue because you can't fucking speak Japanese well, whatever, you're a dumb foreigner. So he's like, basically like, no, there's a very important government official staying here. And I was like, okay. He was there for 2 days. So for 2 days, I'm just like fucking sitting there, just like at the buffet grabbing mackerel, just looking over at this guy who's this like Giga Chad security dude or whatever, like fucking like strapped up. I'm like, what's up? Oos. You know, they were nice, they were fun. But like as soon as you tried to communicate in Japanese, they were like, we're gonna spend all night trying to figure out what you're trying to say. I will stay here all night with you, random overweight foreigner guy, and we'll figure out what you're trying to say. And he was so impressed that I knew how to say anything. So yeah, no, they're very friendly when you speak any level or grade of their language. Anywhere in Japan, not just Tokyo. It's so endearing. I love that about that country. Just made me want to put more and more effort. So every time we went to Japan, I had better and better language skills because of that. Because people put so much effort into making it accommodating that I didn't want to sort of repay that kindness by not trying to improve. And there's a lot of people that, you know, do whatever you want. I'm not judging you. But say like, it's fine. They all like kind of speak English. It's fine. Like I'll get by with learning to speak any language or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's fine. Like I guess. But no, I personally wanted it to be a mission where I spent a lot of time learning. So, Akiba and Osaka, I've heard, are more tourist-friendly areas around Kyoto, and some towns around Fuji are very limited to tourists for cultural and tourism control reasons. I don't have any experience specifically around like the base of Fuji, so I can't say. But there's a lot of historical towns, like if you go north of Kyoto, there's some really cool temples and like small towns and stuff in there. Sure, let me send it to you, Ella. And you know, there's like more popular stuffs like Kanazawa and places like that that are still historical and whatnot, that have like important cultural, religious, Buddhism, Shinto reasons, things like that, temples and whatnot. But I've even going to small places that are very culturally important, because like don't forget, the big places are also very culturally important. It's not like oh, the temple in you know, Asakusa or Akasaka. I always get Asakusa and Akasaka mixed up. One of the two. One's a traditional district, the other's a shithole. Whatever. Or like Meiji Jingu or whatever, or any of the Kyoto sites, or temple in Hakone or wherever. These places are all. Oh, wait, the Pillow Fort photo, Ella. These places, I've never. To be fair, I always try and conduct myself really consciously when I'm in Japan. Like I'm very conscious of it, because I found that if you conduct yourself like as much as you can to fit in, and you dress as much as like you can to fit in, which I just mean like no baggy t-shirts and shit and fucking short pants, but you dress like nicer than you would on a casual day out, right? Get a nice shirt, a button-down shirt, tuck it in, good pair of chinos, nice belt, you know, decent shoes, not like fucking formal attire, but like people tend to dress better and less casually in North America than we do in North. I found that if you dress the part, you put an effort into speaking the part, and you try and your very best to emulate the behavior of people around you, I've never been met, even at places like those in very important culture sites, with anything but excitement. It's always just like, oh shit, a foreign, like oh, you're from Canada and you're here at our like temple in fucking wherever. Like, this is so cool. Can I teach you about this? Can we talk about this? You know, like, you go to a place that's south of Yokohama, which is south of Tokyo, about hours and a bit south of Tokyo, called Kamakura. Very popular day trip destination for people in Tokyo. Also very important temples there that people take time to go to. Very important place. A lot of tourism, a lot of whatever, and people are pretty. They're like, it's like, just like, don't get in the way, I guess, kind of thing. Now, I've never had any bad experiences, or whatever in there. You know, not even like not even like there's always this kind of like, especially from older people, is like uncertain, like, oh, are you gonna be like a shitty loud tourist? And then they'll see me like washing my hands properly at a temple, and I'll see old people be like, oh, okay, good, right? Because they're not afraid to stare. They'll just like watch you, and they're like watching. They're like, what you doing? What you do in the temple? And you be loud and annoying? Oh, you know what to do. Oh, okay, all right, cool. You know, and they're like pretty chill, but I don't know. Experience may vary. I'm trying to find the pillow fort picture. I will send you one picture of a pillow fort and one picture of a cave gremlin, if you would like, Ella. You get one pillow fort and one cave gremlin. This is the cave gremlin, in case anyone was wondering. You saw pillow fort earlier. Asakusa for sure. Yeah. Right, that's the traditional district. Yeah, I always get. There's like a whole thing about don't. You can tell where a cab is from in Tokyo, and there's like this whole thing about how you shouldn't take cabs from where the driver's from, like, or the cab driver's from Akasaka. It's like, or Ueno or whatever. I mean, that's mostly a meme, but yeah. I don't know. I think people are usually pretty cool there. But like a lot of tourists are, you'll go there and you'll see like a group of American tourists crowding an entire sidewalk, looking like they just got home from like Sunday shopping at fucking Walmart, and like being loud and talking like loud North Americaners, and people are like kind of like uncomfortable and whatever, and it's just like, it's a real low bar to jump over. But when you do jump over that bar, it separates you from the loud, like, sort of North American tourist in a way that people like I have personally found in my own experience are very enthusiastic about. It's like there's an expectation and acceptance that you're gonna be this like headache for them. So you go to a restaurant and you're like, hey, if you don't present yourself well, it's like, oh, it's kind of like a bunch of slobby Americans just coming in here with their fucking BlizzCon t-shirts and dumb hats and whatever and flip-flops. Like, oh god, they're gonna be, you know. But which is, you know, you can say the judgment, it's like a good or bad thing. It's like, whatever, it's not my fucking place to judge the judgment. But I've just found that I've seen people treated very differently depending on how much they try and sort of like emulate or fit in or whatever. It's you get a lot of enthusiasm from people when they see you like putting an effort in. You go in, you're polite and whatever, and you know a bit of the customs and you know some language, and you can go sit down and you can like enjoy the culture and the food and whatever, and you can sort of engage with the whole thing properly. They're just really, in general, at least were anyway. Maybe it's changed in the last 5 years. I haven't been. Very excited to see you and talk to you and get to know you. Honestly, the rudest things I've ever heard in Japanese said about me or Ella, from people that don't realize you can comprehend or speak, has always been from kids, like high school age kids or whatever. You know, I heard a lot of shit about like my weight on the train being mumbled by high schoolers, probably like 4 or 5 times in times that I went there. You know, I remember one kid, I don't know what he called me, but basically translated to scumbag pig or whatever. It was like kuzu something buta or whatever. I don't remember. I was like, damn, I kind of respect that. I gave him a nod. I was like, damn, that's a good burn, bro. Bright red, immediate boat face. Went to a different car. I felt bad. He just wanted to be a little asshole, man. It's like, it's fine. Just let the kid be an asshole. I couldn't stop myself. I had to say something. I think it's be shitty anywhere. Like, actually true though. That's the thing. That's why when I was saying like the worst things that happened to me in Japan were the one bad thing I had, and then of course the train thing. I didn't even register the high school kids saying dumb shit, because it's like no one takes the opinion of somebody younger than 17 or younger than 18 or whatever, 17 seriously anyway. And if you know they're in high school, you already disregard them completely. It's like I didn't even register that as a rude thing that happened to me in Japan, because it was just some stupid high school kids. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, just some dumb high school kids saying some stupid shit. Like, of course they do. What else do you do in high school? I said stupid shit when I was in high school. You said stupid shit when you were in high school. Of course they're gonna say some dumb shit. Like, whatever. It's just, it's fine. It is what it is, man. All right, how much far did we get today? We got pretty far. Oh shit, man. This got pretty far today. Fuck. This is what we did today, right here. Boom. That's decent. That's a lot. I'm trying to save each thing so I can fake a process video later. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. It's 2. I got shit to do. I don't got a walk to go on though, because I don't want to. And I'm already at 9K today, so fuck it. It's time to think about it. I think the best thing that happened to me in Japan is when I was walking through some back streets in Ueno, by the zoo or by the park, or by the park, by the station. Those are very, very different back streets if it's close to the museum or if it's close to the station, the market. There's an old lady taking her trash out. She stopped and watched me and a couple of other foreigners I met walk past. I gave her a half bow and she returned it, and we went on with the day. Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, those little interactions. So like Ella and I, when we were there for the first time, we had our little, we had a phone because we had to rent a phone there because our phone plans wouldn't work internationally. There was no international plan. The first time we went, we had to get a special, like a phone from Japan, from the airport, and then return it when we were done. The second time we got this like Wi-Fi egg, it's called, that we could like hotspot off of. And then we could use our own phones. And then after that, every time we could just hit the plan or whatever for the roaming on our phones. First time we went, we're using this little fucking phone, and I got us lost. We were trying to go to one of the Pokemon centers, and I got us lost that morning. And then, so we had gotten lost. We got to the Pokemon center super early. We got there before it opened, because it opened a little bit late in that area on that day. We were whatever. We did breakfast at a convenience store or whatever. We were like so flustered because we couldn't find the right station to then go to Ginza. And we got to Ginza, we got to the station, we finally got there, we got out the wrong exit, so we're in this back street in Ginza, we're trying to get to this big department store, and we're like kind of flustered and a little annoyed and a little whatever, and kind of like, oh gee, like we're a little run down, and this beautiful, elegant woman in her like probably 60s, maybe late 70s, extremely well put together, hair perfectly done, looked like a monarch or some shit, had this huge tufted fur coat on, jewelry, makeup put together. She was gorgeous, man. She just had this air of like aristocracy. She comes by and says, in like a Japanese British accent where she's learned English at some point in time in the UK, which you see a lot of these half accents of like half British Japanese English accent. And she says in this accent, so it's kind of have like the elegance of English to it, but like an English accent. But she says in English, she says, "Are you too lost? Do you need help?" In this like refined, elegant, grandmotherly display, and we're like, mm-hmm. And she like kind of comes in. She's like, "That's okay. Well, I'll help you. Where do you need to go?" And we're like, "We're trying to go here." And she's like, "Oh, you're really close. You just go down go down the street all the way." And she kind of counted in her head, and she said, 3 lights down, cross the street, and it'll be right there. And we were like, "You got to go," you know, we kind of give her like very deep respective bows and stuff. And she was so sweet and whatever. And it was one of the best experiences I had. And that was on the second day that Ella and I had got there. The morning after we'd gotten there, we were greeted by this fucking like divine creature that has appeared to us to assist us in our ways. And yeah, so I understand that, Aduria. What's up? I'm curious, do you like Star Wars? I love Star Wars, Duncan. I'm a big Star Wars fan. I base a lot of my world building off the same concepts that I learned from George Lucas about telling sort of mythical stories and important sort of like world building and understanding storytelling from an anthropological perspective and from a mythical kind of perspective. I think that Star Wars is one of the most important pieces of media that has sort of ever happened in human history. And it's like, oh, geez, man, that's pretty, like, what about the Bible and this and that, whatever. It's like, no, I think there's a lot of important stories. I just think that Star Wars is one of the more interesting modern things. It completely enraptured the world and pulled people into a story and a world and whatnot. And I think about that as the ultimate challenge, as to how to create something that can affect the world and change fantasy the way that Star Wars changed science fiction. So I think about Star Wars quite a bit in my world building all the time, actually. So you'd find someone with experience going to Japan, drag me around. I'd be happy to. I mean, at some point. Not from Akiba Station, so just like Ueno. Okay, so yeah. Would a Star Wars Evil D&D campaign maybe interest you to join? I would love to play more Star Wars D&D, and I'm honored for the invitation, but I am unfortunately too busy to play in any more campaigns. I'm already struggling to maintain time for my one campaign, and I've been trying desperately to find time for a second one on a stream day. So the thought of joining another campaign at all right now, or engaging in a campaign, would just be way too much time to commit right now. So but thank you for the offer. I appreciate that. I'm humbled by the invitation. It's very kind of you. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great time with your campaign. That sounds awesome. You know, I don't know if you're doing like more scum and villainy intrigue style evil, or like Sith ancient force whatever evil, but either way, that sounds really cool. Hope you guys have fun. We had a very good experience at Tokyo Airport. It was an old lady with a crane. She saw we were lost and started trying to help us find the right train platform, but our only friend could barely communicate with her. So then another girl, like a college girl, comes over and starts helping us as well, and she even walked us all the way to the station despite her walking issues. That's sweet, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, man, I've never had such a warm reception from locals as anywhere in the world that I've traveled to, which has, understandably, there hasn't been a lot of places. Yeah, I've never been to Europe, for instance, but like within North America, Asia, wherever I've traveled around, Japan is always kind of special. There's sort of a distance and a discomfort that a lot of Japanese people have, but there's a willingness. Like I said, if you sort of make a small effort and you make yourself approachable and you sort of present yourself in a way that you're approachable, which is why I think that it does matter how you dress in Japan. It's crazy. And I ran the experiment. Elle and I like went, we tried, like we brought a variety of different clothes, and we're like, what if we like kind of dress up for like a nicer day out? And we tried that. We kind of try and dress up a little bit better because we were going to Ginza for shopping, and we're like, ooh, we got to look like we're worth a lot of money because we're going to Louis Vuitton. So we dressed a little bit nicer that day, and it was like weird. We were like, oh shit, people are more willing to open up to us and like talk to us. That's really interesting. And so we tried it later on. We tried it with other places. We're like, what is that, just Ginza? And we tried it. We tried to run the experiment over and over again. We're like, wait, because we looked around, we're like, everyone here is kind of dressed like pretty decently. I don't see anybody in like t-shirts and short pants and stuff. And I don't know. The lessons learned. It's one of those things that people don't like when I say sometimes, but my advice for if you are going to Japan is bring nice clothes, you know, and be polite. So like you and Elle got help from the equivalent of a Yakuza matriarch. It felt like that. Dude, she looked incredibly wealthy, incredibly put together. She was something, you know. She was radiant of wealth and class and aristocracy and kindness. It was crazy. When I'm in Japan once, I think it's like everything is talked up to be. Usually when I go to places, I'm a little bit disappointed because I built up an image in my head. Japan is exactly everything I imagine. It is. It's yeah. I mean, so like don't forget, I'm a fucking degenerate weeb. So Akiba is a place that it's like one of my favorite places in the world. You know, going to all the old arcades and shit and buying stuff and going to traders and finding old, you know, collector's edition RPGs downstairs in my video game collection. If you ever make it over to my place, Koi, I'll I'll dazzle you with all my fucking shitty Japanese collector's editions of games that I love buying there. It's everything, you know, from the temples to the countryside to the rural area, the regions. Yeah, it's probably my favorite place in the world, but it's so like millennial to say that. There's a big thing about amongst millennials. Everybody goes to Japan. Everybody wants to go to Japan. Everyone wants to see Japan. It's like, I get it. But if I could figure out a way to, I would probably move to Yokohama. I don't think I'd want to live directly in Tokyo unless I had a lot of money. Tokyo, I feel like, is a pretty low quality of life experience unless you have a lot of money, or you're just kind of okay with like living somewhere shitty and small and whatever. That's fine. But living a little bit further out, but somewhere that's still like all the cool city stuff, like Yokohama, would be pretty dope. I wouldn't want to go north necessarily. Maybe north. You go south in Japan, you get pet spiders and pet centipedes, like rideable spiders and rideable centipedes. You go north, you get fucking snow. But if I could get a visa somehow, which is impossible unless you work for a company or our Sea Dog VA. Like Ella and I would absolutely live in Japan. We would absolutely raise our family there. I personally think that I'd prefer raising kids through a Japanese school system. Talk to a lot of Japanese parents. Talk to a lot of whatever. So maybe digital nomad visa, if it's possible. I would happily do it. I'd happily sell all my shit. I'd happily own very little. You know, I love everything about being part of a big city like that. I love Tokyo. I love it. It's got all the great things I love about big cities with none of the bad things. The bad things being like the filth, the whatever, the selfishness, the rat race kind of like, you know, fish in a can that you get when you go places like LA and New York and whatnot. It has none of that. Some people think it's like a little stuffy and rigid because it has to be to maintain that sort of sense of peace and collective sort of like whatever. But I don't mind that. I don't mind fitting in there. I don't mind getting in line and fucking doing the shit in line, and then you get out of line. Basically, you know, you maintain a certain behavior and whatever and process as you're going to where you're going in the city. It's all orderly and quiet and peaceful and, you know, all that. And then you get where you're going. You go and you can have the best food and the best whatever. So I do it, man. Boomer, it's true though, Alana. You live in Osaka. That's where my family's from. Osaka's great too. Osaka is probably. I've thought about that actually. There's a good chance that I would prefer Osaka just because people are. I wonder if I would get tired of people being so like the Tatema whatever in Tokyo being so stuffy and not really making connections. But every time I've been to Osaka, I've had nothing but people open up instantly, you know. But that's like a Kansai thing, right? As soon as you go to anywhere in like Kansai except for Kyoto, people are just like, yo, what's up? Let's be friends. Let's be the best friends ever. And you're like, oh, okay, let's go get fucking, I don't know, okonomiyaki or whatever, and tell our life stories. So Osaka be cool too. It's not quite as, the city's not quite as dazzling, but I don't know. The one place that I've never been to in Japan that I desperately want to go to is never been to Okinawa, and I have a deep love of sort of the Polynesian whatever islands, warm Pacific, you know, Hawaii, that kind of thing. So I feel like I would probably lose my shit in like Naha or something. Maybe I'd fall in love with Naha, which is the biggest city in Okinawa, and I just want to live there forever. I don't know. I'd do it though. I'd do it. I'd happily start a family and raise kids in Japan and be the weird, you know, gaijin with very Jozu Nihongo. You're treated as a gaijin? Yeah, less so in Osaka than in Tokyo, but I've never but what I was talking about earlier, Alana, that you probably missed was me saying that I found that the gaijin experience is positive if you conduct yourself a certain way. I've never really had much of a negative gaijin experience. You know, you're just soul born to individualism who craves collectivist society. Dude, I get so annoyed when I come off of a plane. I remember the last time we came back from Japan, we did a transfer in Vancouver. So we traveled from Tokyo to from Haneda to Vancouver International, and we're waiting for our flight to get back to Calgary International. And we were in the airport, and I was like, man, it's like really loud in here. Shit, like it's just so loud in this building. This is weird. It must be the acoustics. And then I get onto the plane, and I remember as the plane is like taxiing to go to Calgary, there's this old lady who's on her phone, who's telling her family that she'll be home in a couple of hours, whatever. She was so loud and like squawky and annoying. I just looked over at Ella. I'm like, we're home, aren't we? And she's like, I forgot how loud and annoying people were in Canada. Like, yeah. I can't we all just be quiet on the train and whisper to each other awkwardly in elevators? Isn't that definitely not the only one annoyed by individual societies in this chair? Yeah, no, you think so? Yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, I get it. Like, I also love the sort of the counterculture for that, like, individualist crave in that you find in within the collectivist sort of sphere. You know, a lot of the weirdest, coolest people you'll find at strange little places that are part of that counterculture. But I don't know. Either way, I don't make enough money to move to Japan, so fuck it. What do I care? I'll just gaze up at my Gudetama wind chime that's hung above Ella's desk and yearn for the days that I could be inundated by fucking cicadas for 6 months of the year. So anyway, thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for chilling with me. That was fun. We did a little work on Runa. Got some character stuff done. Tomorrow is going to be requests. They're returning. And we're doing item requests, especially. So I haven't done item requests in a while. So I don't know if everybody has any items they need from fucking the last couple months of D&D. But that'll be tomorrow. We're going to hopefully do a bunch. I don't know. And then just another reminder, I will not be live for Tuesday, Wednesday next week because Ella's having surgery and I'm going to go take her to surgery and I'm going to take care of the next day. And then if she's not better by Thursday, honestly, fuck her. Like, I don't give a shit, man. If, like, she needs me Tuesday, oh, I usually drive to the hospital. Okay. Oh, Wednesday, oh, I can't, whatever. I can't, don't have a hand. Like, okay, sure. But if Thursday, that whiny little baby is still being a whiny little baby, I ain't taking care of shit. I'm be live streaming. I'll do, you know what? Fuck it. I'm holding Ella hostage. I'm going to do a reverse subathon. Yep, Wednesday. I'm supposed to be taking care of her? I'm doing a 12-hour subathon. Instead of increasing the time of the subathon counter, that's right, every sub will decrease the time. So you guys want me to hang with Ella to take care of my recovering wife? Y'all better get them fucking subs ready. So I won't be live on Tuesday, Wednesday. I might be live on Monday though. I might start my Monday thing next week. I don't know. It'd be kind of fun. So Tuesday, Wednesday we'll be live, be taking care of Ella, and hopefully she'll be good by Thursday. She'll be good by Thursday. She'll probably be good by Wednesday. She didn't ask me to take Wednesday off. I don't need to take Wednesday off, but I am because I just want to make sure that whatever she needs that day, the day after, she's gonna be okay. And so, very small chance I'll be they clips don't age well for 300. Oh god, I'm gonna get the doc treatment, man. Just okay, that's not funny. Oh, it's too soon. Oh, Twitch. Oh god, no one can get that canceled. Yeah, so probably on Thursday will be fine. So I don't know. Appreciate Joe Lurk. Thank you guys for lurks. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Oh yeah, so tomorrow, where's my outro? Where the fuck's the outro? So tomorrow requests. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Today is Thursday, right? If somebody tells me it's Wednesday, I'm gonna go like throw myself out the window. It's actually Thursday, right? Tomorrow is Friday. Okay. Jeez. Dude, okay. I'm losing it. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great day. Whatever you're doing today, have a good one. Try hard at it. You deserve to put your best effort and show up for yourself every day. And if not, fuck it. Whatever you want. Until next time, my friends. Farewell. All right. Stream's done. Everything's off. Okay. I need to go for a walk. Me as well. Talk about Japanese today. Do some more language practice. Can't let them know how I learned Japanese, though. All right. The right one for today? Okay.
二人三人いるよ4人5人6人いるよ
Hitori, futari, sanni. Okay, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
いるよ10人の侍10人9人8人いるよ7人6人5人いるよ4人
Hey.
3人
Hey.
いるよ1人の侍
Let's fucking get it.
1人2人3人いるよ4人5人6人いるよ1人8人9人いるよ10人の
Man, fuck Duolingo. Shove this Rosetta Stone up my ass. Tell him. Fuck, I love learning Japanese.